We're here, we're late, but we're here. This summer is kicking my ass, just to put it bluntly. And YouTube's gonna hate the fact that I used that word, but you know what? I'm not monetized anyway. So it doesn't matter that much to me right now. Anyway, between seasonal allergies and the heat, I just was having a real rough time getting the ball rolling today. But we're in motion now. I did forget to turn off the 7 Days to Die extension. So let me just quickly fix that so nobody gets confused, and then I'll get the game up and you'll understand where we're going. Meanwhile, here, have an ad. That way pre-rolls get the hell out of the way. Get out of my face, 7 days. There we go. Okay, so with that scuff out of the way, you might notice the game's not on yet. That's because there's a text scroll that comes up when the game starts up, or if you wait on the menu for a while. I didn't want to wait around, so I just turned the game off, and I'll just turn it on now, so that y'all get to see the text crawl that explains the plot and all of that as such. Or it's not going to come up this time when the game boots up. Great, great, love it when they make a liar out of me. That's my favorite thing. So we're gonna have to wait a minute anyway. So why did I even bother? There it goes. In the year 2007, a young scientist, Dr. Elizabeth Hammond, revolutionized the world as we know it with the invention of the first ever Ansible, or superliminal communicator. Zero latency computing soon became the standard, and Hammond Corp a household name. But in 2053, a bizarre, unexplained tragedy befell Old Jones Station, Antarctica, when an entire research team helmed by Hammond Corp vanished without a trace. Dr. Hammond was with them, and she was never seen again. Without its CEO, her company foundered. Indra Chaudhary, founder and CEO of the Globe 3 conglomerate, seized the opportunity to purchase the majority of Hammond Corp and its subsidiaries, thus eliminating her biggest competitor. The acquisition included Hammond's original Ansible prototype. When Indra powered it up, she received a message. Come to Antarctica if you wish to see your daughter again. As it happened, the Globe had just inherited Hammond Corp's contract for the defunct Jones Station, Antarctica. What would she find there? So yeah, we're just jumping in both feet first, huh? With the whole, hey, your daughter might be over in this Antarctic base. And she has a daughter? Who knew? We have no connection to any of this yet. This just got all dropped in our lap and we're gonna roll with it. This is Axiom Verge 2. You may have heard of the first game being lauded for certain elements of its puzzle designs, and, well, more accurately, level designs, I suppose, considering the thing people really liked about it. Personally, I didn't feel that strongly about the first game. I enjoyed what I'd played of it, but I never finished it. I know the entire plot of it because I ended up watching somebody play the game. The reason why I never finished it is I just did not care for how the weapons felt, for the most part. Oh, new game would have made the text crawl appear anyway. Why did... I think I'm just confused. Anyway, back on the topic at hand of the first game. The weapons just didn't really do much for me. The game as a whole was fine. I just never ended up finishing it. And if I enjoy this enough, I might go back and finish the first game for y'all. We'll see how that goes. Stan, please wait with the chopper while I get the power online. This place hasn't been occupied for over a year. Will do, ma'am. Call me when you're ready. Just taking it all in, ma'am. Never been to Antarctica before. That's fair. Now, I did this opening bit to make sure that I was interested enough to play this right now. And it moves very well. Like, Axiom Verge 1 felt pretty good in general and things like that. But it had just that little tiny bit of clunk to the movement in certain ways, and this feels significantly smoother. But first and foremost, the Ice Axe, a climbing tool used by mountaineers, has a good heft. Could probably use this to break through wood, too. 25 damage, 15 cooldown. Instead of starting with a gun like in the first game, you start with the ice axe. Which, again, feels pretty good. You have multi-directional attacking with it, including attacking downward in the air, which is always nice. And this is how we get past all the boxes. Who knows where Stan went? He was supposed to stay here at the helicopter. Maybe he's inside. Or he fucked off and is dead somewhere now. The world may never know. But if we had went here to the right first, we would have seen this pile of boxes and wouldn't have been able to pass it. Which is why I just went ahead and showed you where the ice axe was straight away, instead of wasting the time there since I knew the answer. Man, it's dark in here. I do like how you can actually see her head move when you're looking around, and her light will follow her head movements. Little details. I say this so often, but little details are always a huge advantage. We could have gone over that box, but I have a means of smashing, so I will smash. Place really doesn't look so good, huh? They did say it was defunct, and it was, what, like 4 years, I think? 3 or 4 years, they said, since the issue had happened, that the company had gotten bought out. I can't believe I already forgot how many years it was, but either way, this place has been abandoned for a bit, so it makes nothing but sense that this place doesn't look so hot. It's a little frosted over, but I feel like it was probably frozen over a bit just by being in Antarctica the entire time. But if we head on upstairs... Notice how the music got quieter when we went inside, too. It's an interesting touch. Weekly meetings note. Oh, it's February 27th, 2053. Snow Cruiser needs new tires, ran out of garbanzo, chef wants to know if post-Arctic garbanzo is safe, EU team needs fuel for cargo chopper, Nazif hearing voices at dig site, wants to get checked out at McMurdo, drone, question mark, sightings. I have concerns about the part about them being question mark drones. Y'all probably can't even hear the music because it's like barely there in my ears with the settings I've got. I'm gonna experimentally turn the music up a step. Let me know if later on that gets too loud. Because some parts of the music were louder than others in my little test, so that's why I hedged towards a little low. But it should be a little more noticeable now. Aha! We've turned the power back on. But we can't go this way to go tell Stan that the power's on. And you know, for all that we were going to call him and let him know that we turned the power on, you'll notice a distinct lack of a communications device on us at all. We might have been short-sighted about this. There's a message on the Ansible screen. Also, another layer to that. Why is the CEO the one who's running off into the facility on her own instead of sending the hired lackey into the facility? All seems rather silly, doesn't it? There's a secret door past the 3 bookshelves on floor 1, Eom. Who is this? Why did you send me here? No response. Okay, I'll play your game for now. Mysterious people sending mysterious messages. Okay, thank you, No. How you doing today? Here's our secret door. Not so secret if it just automatically opens, but you know. So sneaky, so sneaky. Sneak up on the evil giant door. Like, the animation in this is very good. The animation in the first Axiom Verge was already pretty good, but they've definitely gone to a new level with this one, I feel. There we go. So far so good. Allergies and heat have been destroying me a bit, but We're surviving. And I ain't about to miss another day because of all that. And you may or may not be hearing a fan in the background right now, but I have a fan pointing at me to kind of sustain the heat issue a bit. Sustain is not the right word, but well, we got there. Now you'll notice that the place we left looked about the same as where we went in, but the entire area outside of it's different. Curiouser and curiouser. We cannot acquire the snow shovel, which is probably for the best because I would try to use it as a weapon and it would end poorly. Can't break any of that. Something happened. What the hell was that? Hello? Have you come back for me? Hey, is someone else down there? Yes, but I need help. Please, I'm further down. Okay, I'm coming. Mysterious red text box voice. I'm sure nothing's gonna go wrong. Can't reach that. Yeah, you know, this place is really holding up well for a place that hasn't been maintained in at least like 3 or 4 years. Funny how that works, isn't it? Like, look how nice these, like, step ladders and such look. They are so clean. And yet, it's been how long? Under damp conditions and things? That seems impossible, doesn't it? Then again, they had, like, magic instant transmission and of data technology and things like that, so maybe they've got some kind of crazy wood protection technology. I mean, it is 2053 after all. Who knows what they learned? Shiny thing. Compass. A lapis lazuli pendant that is lit up on one side, as if pointing like a compass. Now here's an interesting gadget. Did you find the compass? Good. You can use it to locate me. If I can figure out how to use it, you mean? This seems safe. You know, I got a bad feeling about this. Yep, what do you know, I was right. Wow, this water's deep, huh? Yeah, you know, you would think we'd have a better light. Oh god, it's freezing. You're close now. Do you see a pot or urn? I can't see a goddamn thing. Give me a sec. I mean, at least our flashlight works underwater. It didn't, like, short circuit or anything on impact with the water. That would have been awkward. And this we do know how to swim. Might be a slight problem though. The water's rising. Uh-oh. Look for the urn. It will help. How is a pot gonna help in this situation? Okay, I'm looking. Well, there it is. Can't get to it. I think I see the urn. But there's a grating in the way. Oh, this is awkward. We can't swim downward or anything either, so we're kind of stuck here. How am I gonna get out of this? Well, this is a short game, huh? We're just gonna die here. Oh, this is just nothing but unfortunate, huh? Notice how all the sounds go on, too, as we are submerged. And all of the world slowly goes white. This is just a bad deal all around. We never should have come to Antarctica on a random message. So this is where it ends. That's another point. Why did we not even bring the ice axe with us? We found that in a building here. We just came here on a helicopter with no tools, no information, not even a method of communicating with the person who rode in the helicopter with us. It's insanity. I guess it's just as well. I deserved this. But for what, though? We have no context of why you would think that, either. All we know is you bought out a competing company after its founder disappeared. Well, guess we're here now. What happened? You found my urn. I was able to rebuild you. Better, faster, stronger. Just what the hell are you? I am an arm, an intelligent collection of machines, and a part of you, now. Oh, shit. That's a fair reaction, honestly. My name is Amislama. It is an honor to have a new wielder. I've got to get out of here. Find someone who can get this thing out of me. You might have a hard time getting it out of you, because if it's a part of you, you're probably not getting rid of that. But yeah, these are going to be our save points from here on. These little torches. And we can't get that healing item quite yet. But now we're in yet another completely different location that somehow still mostly looks like Antarctica, but full of these little bastards. You touch the blue stuff coming out of them, they detect you and try to kill you. You hit them, they also detect you, as you might imagine. Now, take note that the compass is still working. It's pointing us down from here. Let me know how the sound effects are, and how the music is now that it's gotten a bit sharper, by the way. It sounds okay in my ears, but as usual, things in my ears are usually a little louder than it is for y'all. Thankfully, these things go down in just 2 hits, so they're not so bad to deal with. But a bunch of the sound effects are very familiar from the first game. What was the deal with those drones? They don't look like anything Hammond Corp would have made. They were sent by Lamasu, a sort of machine designed to protect against interlopers. It is likely what destroyed your people's settlement. What the hell is going on here? It's another very good question. Okay, good. Because there's a lot of different sound effects and such that go off together, but especially like the enemy sounds and such are a little harsh. So I didn't want them becoming overpowering. Because the audio mixing in this game seems to be pretty good, but it never hurts to hedge bets. But you'll note that the compass is now telling us to go to the right, so we're gonna just keep on keeping on. It is interesting to see the same, like, static effect on the enemies as there was in the first game, so I wonder if there's gonna be a connection, or if it's just an effect that they liked, so they kept it. God damn it. We also gain our health back by killing enemies, just like in the first game. Or at least we can. That's what the red stuff you see coming out of them that's what's restoring our health for those that did not play the first game or know anything about it. Obviously, we don't always get healed. Wants me to keep going this way. We'll take the high road, which is an immediate dead end. Sure, why not? We're in 2053, but we're gonna use a boomerang. The Gishru. Similar to a boomerang, but glistening with nanomachines. Damage 18, projectile speed 4, cooldown 15, the same as our ice axe, I think. I think we can look at that, can't we? Yeah, same cooldown. Just a little bit of a difference in damage. As a boomerang would, it comes back when you throw it. Same as our main attack, we can throw it in any direction we please as well, give or take. We, of course, have the intelligent jar, which is keeping us alive, the compass, and all that. You'll notice you can equip 5 items, which is a bit different from the first game, because I believe you could only have 1 thing out at a time. That's where we were before. Not to... Oh, I ended up mashing the button. But what they're trying to tell us is we're too heavy to float now because of our weird new body, but we don't need to breathe, so we're kind of fine. It's a bit of a weird trade-off, all things considered, but it's a good thing, mostly. I wanted to go back up because I didn't want to come down here yet. But, well, we're here. And hang on, there's a bunch of Discord pings because I forgot to mute something. So just give me one quick second to mute that, and then we'll be back to business. So I'm not distracted by 1,000 pings. There we go. It just gets weirder. What the hell did she do to me? If I were to hazard a guess, she rebuilt you out of some kind of metal, or maybe completely out of nanomachines. But I don't want to go in the water from this side because we can't actually go anywhere. Another thing I learned from my little bit of testing was that there is something down there. The game wants me to go that way though, so maybe there is a way to go and I'm just not spotting it. Because I went the long way around and ended up coming in there from the other side. But we can't go through that. None of those are breakable. We can't go that way yet. Yeah, I think the compass is telling me to go there because I need to go there, but it's not telling you necessarily the order of operations to achieve that. So we'll come back to that idea in a second, because I know of where something else is that will make that doable. And once we grab that thing, that'll be the extent of my knowledge of the game. So if you're worried about me knowing everything, don't worry. I've not even seen this game played. I only know the beginning bits because I tested the game beforehand. Pretty good map as well. But if we throw the boomerang up, we can open this door. Which is why I ended up going here immediately when I was testing this, because I had seen that door before picking up the boomerang. So obviously I'd go to where the immediately obvious use boomerang here spot would be. And that gets us another urn. And what do you do with urns? Except smash them. Shishalka grants improved climbing ability, allowing you to grasp ledges and pull yourself up. We have basic upper body strength now. Hooray! I am Shishkala. Thank you for freeing me from my slumber. Another one? The arms are many-wielder. Shishkala can help you surmount high ledges. Well then. Now we can ledge grab, which gets us many places, because you may have noticed a lot of places were just slightly out of our reach. But now, they are not. And you'll notice these are different color scorpions. They're red instead of gray. And they take one more hit than before. And they don't appreciate being hit with boomerangs. They also can jump pretty good, as it turns out. Not necessarily the smartest bunch, though, judging from the freak out happening down there. Let me put you out of your misery. Or not. Well, I was going to do a good deed, and then it was funnier just to knock him back down the hole. Immediately paid for my sins. Oh, wow, those hurt a lot. Okay. So let's not go that way, shall we? You'll notice the compass no longer knows where to go. I think it detects things we need to do or things we want, but it only detects them at a certain range. We want this, though. Apocalypse Flask. Small. Augment your powers and abilities by 1 point. Apply within the skills menu. That's right. There's stats in this game. Because everybody loves stats. In our case, we have combat and physiology at the moment. We can add more health in a scaling manner, deal more damage with melee, deal out more range damage, or make either or of them faster. Right now, at the rate I'm getting my teeth kicked in, I probably should take the health, but I'm actually going to take the attack speed. Yeah, it's a decent speed increase. And I swung right over his head. Well, that's a shame. I did do the input to duck, but I think I did them in the wrong order. I should have just kept going because we were literally right there. We would have been back here to heal just fine. But the reason I was coming back other than healing was to grab this. Increases max health by 1 bar. And that's the other reason why I wasn't super worried about grabbing the health upgrade skill yet, is we literally were gonna get a health increase anyway. Yeah, remember when she said that our settlement was destroyed? Yeah. It looks even worse than it did when it was abandoned, huh? Okay, crates have health too. Good to know. Looks an awful lot like the door we went through, doesn't it? Now here's the thing though. None of this looked like this when we went through before. As we came out of the door... Actually no, it was blue like that when we walked out, wasn't it? Because there's the exact doorway we went through after whatever happened when we went through that other door. And then we went down here, of course. Because we couldn't reach to go up here. Which just leads over to where we went moments ago. It's all laid out perfectly fine to prevent you from accidentally going to where the enemies are before gaining the ability to come back to life. Now this machine is still not active, so we can't do anything with that. But if we head back the way we fell before, we can grab this ledge, but that doesn't help us right now. Just keep in mind that we can do that. But we can break this block. But not that one. Only the cracked ones. And you notice they break in sections. But this is what I came down here for. Was the health node fragment where if you grab 5 of them, you get more health. And based on the compass, there is something... Oh! I think the compass is telling me about that. I think the compass tells you items are nearby, then. Okay. So, we don't want to worry about that right now, then, because we can't get to that. So maybe where those explosives were is the right way, then. That's the most dangerous thing we've encountered so far, so when in doubt, go the dangerous way, right? Seems like as good an idea as any. I'm endlessly amused by how these little scorpion guys freak out. That is not the passage we crawled through, so let's go take a look at what's in here then. Yeah, this just leads back to above where we ran across a moment ago. So going up there was pointless, but it's good to map it out. Hep, hop, and a hep, hop, and a hep, and a hep, hop. Now note on the map that there is an opening here. We can't seem to get to it yet, but there's an opening there. And up here was where we grabbed the Apocalypse Flask. Yeah. So our only way forward really would be to go the way I died, or up here. Up here appears to be an option, so let's see what's up here. Like I was saying, from this point forward, this is all blind to me. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. So we're gonna be doing the usual hum a few bars and fake it. That was certainly an interesting bird noise. Also, apparently these scorpions are even tougher. So the redder they get, the stronger they get. Interesting. I'm concerned that that might be indicative of something. I mean, at least nothing's called me a demon yet or said kill. So that's a good sign, relatively speaking. Oh, well, this looks different. This is distinctly less icy. Different music. Okay. Mount Eben. Okay. Civilization? People? Maybe not, judging from the look of this door. But a save point, so that's good. People! Hey there! Oh, thank God, I thought I was alone here. Did you stumble upon our special freight elevator? It's a gift that keeps giving. One-way ticket, unfortunately. Seems like we're still trapped here a while. Trapped where exactly? The locals, the Saiga, call this place Kingear. It's a different universe from Earth. Well, that at least confirms that much. I was torn whether it was time travel or dimensional travel this time. Turns out dimensional travel. Dr. Hammond built the portal here, but was afraid what would happen if anyone found out. She discovered a whole alternate world, then kept it a secret. Why? Unfortunately, she disappeared years ago, so we can't ask her. And it turns out the locals, or their machines I guess, didn't really like us poking around. Not many of us survived. Please tell me you're working on a way to get back home. Not me specifically, I'm just an archaeologist, but the site manager, Warren, is up at the observatory trying to build portal going back. Where is that? Only at the top of the mountain, just ahead. But listen, we've got to be honest, we've tried 100 different ways to get back and nothing works. Be prepared for failure. Don't worry, I'm always prepared for failure. I'm Indra Chowdhury. I'll reverse engineer and build a portal myself if I have to. Maybe I should be more optimistic. It's just hard with everyone gone. My name's Malika, by the way. Nice to see a new face around here. Nice to see somebody else get stuck here, huh? You know what? Fair play, though, because it must be lonely. Dear Ernest, I know you will probably never have the chance to read this, but I'm writing for my own sanity. I'm happy here. Looking back, it is hard to believe I ever worried so much about all the bullshit of the real world. Work, rent, taxes, the stupid rat race. It was hard at first, but now I'm actually glad they destroyed the stupid freight elevator. Well, they kind of didn't, though, considering that's how we got here. I guess maybe they destroyed this side of it? I don't know. You didn't think the Antarctic job paid enough, and probably by now you're thinking you were right, but what you will never understand is that whether or not I ever see home again, the decision was still mine, and that alone makes it worth it to me. Augusta. Well then. Whoever that was is happier here at least. Happier being surrounded by death machines and craziness instead of the daily drudgery of life, which... on a certain level I can relate, on another I'm concerned about their sanity. Like, I could definitely understand not having to worry about taxes and things like that anymore. Well then, this is different. Whoa. Evil fish machine. No. Bad. Ducks. There's so much regular Earth wildlife here. Whoa. Are we sure it's a different universe? Are we sure it's not just like an alternate timeline of Earth or something? I'm not convinced that this is a different universe entirely. And I would like to point out as well that Indra wasn't surprised by the type of technology that the drones were, just that it wasn't something that Hammond Corp would make. Oh god. So that implies that the 2053 world she came from at least has some technology that would be akin enough to that. I mean, yeah, maybe. That's kind of what what I was implying, though, is that it's not necessarily a completely different place. It's like Earth adjacent rather than being completely its own thing. Huh. Apparently this part just kind of hangs out. Can't take it, can't destroy it, it just exists. Well then. Nope, don't like that. Goodbye. Nope, yep, that's exactly what I thought that was gonna do. It is at this moment that I have to acknowledge that I have no idea if I'm going in a useful direction, but the compass says there's something over this way, so I'm just gonna keep going. Oh god, I've made mistakes. They're like silverfish blocks. Ah! Well, everything about that was awful. Oh god. They didn't leave. I was kind of hoping by off-screening them they would have left. Ooh, well, I think I found the item. What's this? What does it do? Liru. Allows you to move and jump more freely underwater. I'm glad I went and got that. That's a massive increase to our jumping underwater. Why does this one not talk to us, though? The other two talk to us. Does this one just not like us? Is this one shy? Honestly, relatable. Maybe this isn't a full arm. Maybe this is just a thing. Because it was also in a smaller jar, so maybe it's like a lesser arm. Not allowed to have full sentience. Don't like that. Yep, I'm correct not to like that. It's kind of unfortunate that they kept that as the low health sound. Okay, the head can be destroyed if it's destroyed before the body. Okay. I don't know if I can't 100% tell if the boomerang is collecting the health or destroying it. I'm hoping it's collecting it. I'm having a really hard time throwing that boomerang down at him without jumping. Ah, there we go. There's the lock-in-place button. I remembered that there was a lock-in-place button in the first game, so I was hoping there would be one again. I just had to find it. And I could have looked at the controls, but where's the fun in that? Oh, no. Nearly died the last time one of those touched me. I ain't doing that again. Not right now. I am too close to death. And that's a concerning thing to see. See that tube there? Reminds me a lot of the doors from the first game. That has implications that I'm not a fan of. This too has implications that I don't exactly like, but we won't get into those right now. Yeah, there's just one or two fish just kind of vibing in among all this nightmare that's happening. The drones apparently just don't care about the fish. Which I guess makes sense because the fish are native to this place. So they would probably be programmed not to pay attention to that. So from this side you can see which ones are drones and which ones aren't. And they don't respond when they're hit, they just move. Interesting. That's definitely a different way to handle that, but I'm fine with this. Especially because it means I'm not gonna die. At least not die yet. Can I use this door? This door doesn't exist. Okay. that's why that sometimes was making that noise. I can recall the boomerang faster by pressing the button again. There's probably a trick to that. It's interesting how this thing tries to stay a set distance away from you, at least while you're moving. And then you can bait it back to you. Just making doubly sure that I can't destroy those, since they seem to be good about dropping health. Not that I need the health at the moment, since we healed the save point already. But you know, learning. Really should be doing what I'm doing right now and using this boomerang a lot more. But this enhanced movement is really nice. You know what isn't nice though? That. Whatever that is. I'm not a fan of whatever that is. Okay then. I don't think he appreciated me throwing a boomerang at him. Okay, he just occasionally emits electricity out of his face. I think I just go around him. I don't think I'm meant to fight him per se right now. Oh, this is gonna end poorly for me though. Okay, I broke out of that with the right timing, so that actually worked out. I'm not a fan of these grabby things that like to pull me down to my death. I don't appreciate that, as it turns out. Oh god, there's another one, and it's right behind me. Do not want. So I guess that's just a hazard for this bit, huh? Big worms with electro face. Oh god. Or it might be the same one and it's now pursuing me. That is a possibility I have to consider that I really do not like. What do we got? Good Anna. You explode with a shockwave that shakes the earth. Well then. Okay. And this gives me energy to use. Oh, there we go. You know, when they said you explode, I did not consider that as being, literal? Huh. So, my theory that we might have been made out of nanomachines now might be accurate. Well then. That has complicated implications. Like, are we now just a cluster of nanomachines that happen to be maintaining the same shape now? Like, are we still Indra? Even though we claim to be Indra? The world may never know. We might never get an answer to this question, or we will. Only time will tell. Okay, good. Exploding does damage. That's what I wanted to know. And I know I keep running back to recharge my energy, but right now it seems like that's a good idea. So bear with me while I cheese the system by hoarding energy. It seems like that's important right now, since everything is pretty harsh. Yeah, you would think there would have been a response to that, considering she's been reacting to everything else. She even reacted to going in the water and not needing to breathe just a little while ago. Ow. There we go. Out of energy now, but that was better than being dead. I want that. This is what sparked that whole situation. Urgent message for the Royal Builder. By consulting with the Lamassu and my own wisdom, I have determined that the Udug have returned from their ocean caves. We may not be caught in their poison. When the master builder has taken up the work concerned, he is to establish securely a hidden vault behind the far chamber of the palace. Let the building work proceed both by night and by the noonday heat. It is urgent. Well then. That definitely seemed to be significantly older than the notes we were reading from the people that had come here. So the implications of that are that the Lamassu came about because of a completely different problem, and that's why it was defending this area the way it was. We're also back in a room we already were in case people were wondering. But I hadn't seen that item that was up there till now. Hope you enjoy beeping, by the way, because I feel like we're gonna be spending a lot of time beeping. On the bright side, you don't lose progress when you die, it seems. You just get put at whatever the nearest checkpoint you were at. I don't know if this game has consequences for dying repeatedly or not. Like if the plot changes if you die enough or something. I know there were suspicions about that for the first game, but I don't know if anything was ever confirmed. Now, we have increased water travel, so theoretically we could keep running around down here in the water. And there might be value to doing that. Or the idea might now be to find somewhere to use this exploding ability that we have now. I don't know why I bothered to kill that to get health when we already had full health. Probably have it from being nearly dead all the time. I don't know what these red things mean yet. I do appreciate that we can put reminders on the map for ourselves. We can zoom in and out, though. Only 2 zoom levels. Let's not worry about what we just saw when I hit next map there. Those that have played the first game might be understanding why I'm like, you know what, let's just not think about that. Because that has implications as well. I'm not really... No, there is something down and left of me at a decent distance, I think, because you'll notice it's ever so slightly suggesting down and left right now. But it's probably the thing that's behind the barrier that we couldn't get past. But I may as well go look. Because when we were over on this side, we didn't have the exploding ability yet. Speaking of, screw you guys. That's satisfying. Okay, so there's a hidden door up there because he just came out of it. But I don't think we can reach it yet. Oh, wait. Hop. And a hop. Aha! Where does this lead? Death. Well then. Great hidden room, everybody. Glad I found it. It's full of things that try to eat me. But it is also full of a health node fragment. So that's good. More purple blocks, too. Seems like that was just for the health node fragment, though. I mean, same way my body still works, I suppose, because they probably were copied by the same nanomachines. Since they were all on us when we... Yeah, exactly. Since they were all on us when we became one with the nanomachine thing, they all just are part of me now. Which they do say to use your tools as an extension of yourself, but this is a little more literal than I think that was ever intended to be. It's a little awkward at that point. Okay, there's nothing hidden down here that I can tell. There's something up there. I'm assuming these are some kind of, like, portals or something. These red markers. So the thing above us was also one of those. But this is the thing I was trying to figure out. It's so covered in these lighters. I think we have to come back into this room from that door, though, rather than coming out of it. And I had forgotten already that this all was looping back around to the same place we had gotten the explode ability. For some reason, I thought that this was two different parts. I do, from a design standpoint, enjoy the fact that you don't see the map squares to these larger rooms. They're nice, clean, in larger squares. And it doesn't, like, fill it out until you actually touch those parts. And I think we all know I have to test this. Nope, he doesn't care about me exploding either. Good to know. Exploding has no effect on giant laser serpent. And that's not a solid platform. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. And it was the same serpent, okay. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous what I'm doing right now. And we're dead. It definitely tracks you to a certain degree, but yeah, it seems to just kind of hang out if it doesn't have you to chase around and just goes in circles. So I guess we're done down here for the moment, because I don't think we could go this way. Hang on. What did I just hear? I thought I heard something outside of the game sound, so give me a second. So I did hear something, but it was just a bird outside. It just was a lot louder than I expected it to be, so I'm like, did a bird somehow get in? I'm gonna need to deal with that if it did, but we're good. Everything's fine. It genuinely sounded like it was like right on the other side of that door or to the room, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. And there have been occasions where things have managed to get in that shouldn't be in, so I couldn't rule it out. And since I'm the only one home right now, kind of important to check. Be rather awkward. Now let's just get past this guy again and see if we can go through that doorway over on the far left or not. Because it's past where we gained our new ability. But it's above, I think. This will either lead us somewhere or it won't. This is where we got into... Okay, there's the door. How do we get to that? Oh. Aha! A little bit of observation goes a long way. Now the thing is, this is not reachable currently anyway. But it's good to know that that is an access point. So that'll loop us back to here later from somewhere else. Which this game seems to already have quite a few of those points where you loop back. Which, you know, that's genre typical to a certain extent, so that checks out. Still curious about the upper portions of that room, but I think we're not getting to those right now. I think our only play left is to get out of the water for now. Which is just as well by me, really. Which, thinking about it, we could have gotten out of the water when we first gained our better water travel ability. Wait. Yeah, that leads to the upper portions of that section anyway. I say as I fall almost back down to where the death laser worm thing is. Which I keep calling a different, longer name than necessary, but all of these names are accurate. Nice of them to give me energy where I need to use it. Hi, buddy. You're upsetting. Perish. They give me infinite energy here. You know damn well I'm gonna use it, since everything is pretty threatening in this game so far. Most things do us in pretty quick. And we are nowhere near as good at doing them in. Where do you want me using this energy? Not here. I need to remember, I can't jump as high now that I'm not underwater. Which is a strange concept to think about. Okay. That's what I figured, shake another block loose. Thankfully we can still get the energy back, even though we blocked the passage for it. We can't crawl, even though we can duck walk. So we can't go that way yet. Come along. Both of you, together, explode. Okay, enemies do drop energy as well, which I think we did see some energy from an enemy, but I didn't process it at the time. Oh boy. It may be that you're somewhat meant to just avoid enemies at the moment, perhaps. You know, straight up fighting may not be your intended modus operandi right now. Because if you think about it, we don't really have a benefit for killing. Okay, well that doesn't do anything at the moment. Unless maybe we're supposed to use our Quake ability on it, which I'm not going to burn my last charge of at the second. I don't know what this does, and I don't really feel too inclined to find out at the moment. And that's why! I had a feeling, A, I was gonna find out, and B, I wasn't gonna be happy when I did. Sir, could you kindly explode? Thank you. That seems like something I want. That right there, that seems useful. Thankfully, there's an easy way to get to it, as far as I can tell. So I should have done that on the other side, I think. So now I need to get energy. Oh, actually, we're not quite going to be able to get that yet. Now that I look at that again. Because I think even when I drop the other block, it's going to be too small a passage, because our duck walk isn't low enough. We don't understand the concept of crawling, we only understand in bending our knees. Which is still ahead of most protagonists at the start, all things considered. Welcome back to the land of Beep. We live here, perpetually. Yeah, because when this falls, the opening is going to be one block higher than where we're standing right now. So we're not going to be able to fit through there. Which I should have considered before breaking that in the first place, because now, yeah, as expected. The actual passage is still an issue. I was hoping to get energy out of that. More health isn't a bad thing, though. We do need that. Oh, well, that's convenient. And that gives energy as well. Perfect. This one will drop far enough that we can pass through here. And then we can break this one as well, which opens up the passage. You know, something I'm curious about. That stays broken. Does the other one stay knocked down? So if I say, for example, knock this down, will it stay down? Come on! I was gonna try to grab the item with the boomerang. Just in case that was the thing they wanted you to do there, since the boomerang does fit in that passage. Yeah, it looks like after you save and such that those stay knocked down since the other one was still downed. So, we've got that going for us. I presume that the ability we're going to gain in this area relates to crawling and such, considering the amount of things pertaining to that and needing that are around here. I know, right? We're already made out of nanomachines. Why can't we just shape change ourselves into a smaller object? I guess that would need more acceptance of the fact that we're made out of nanomachines, which I don't think Indra's quite up to yet. I was kind of suspicious of this platform, but it's working out right now, so just not gonna question it yet. It's a good thing these drones aren't particularly smart. Oh, there we go. Convenient thing. Yeah, probably. Allows you to infect enemies and objects to modify their behavior. Oh. It's... Undo D1, activate, enable power on target. It's the hacking from the first game. Okay. This is probably what allows us to use the weird purple things we saw, too. These things. Function, level cost. Oh! So, if I had higher levels, I could do certain things. Right now, I presume we only have level 1, so there we go. Open that. Okay. See, that's neat. That's also a much more elegant way to do it than the way you did it in the first game, which was aim a beam at something and kind of have to hold it on it long enough. Now it's just an aura around you, which you still have to keep on target long enough. But it's a little easier to use, and it's got a neat UI to it now. Instead of use it and hope for the best. Also, it was still moving me along when I was on the platform there, which was a little weird. Under siege. If you find this, it means I didn't make it. Warren asked me to head to Jonestown for help. The drones are all over the mountain and have put up a bunch of gates. You can't even get to the Euro camp now. There we go. It's interesting that these enemies also have destroyable parts on them, like you could break those canisters on the flyers and such. Okay, that's what you do. You know what? Curiosity. Get hacked. I can slow them or turn them to my side, but those require level 2, which I presume I don't have. Oh boy. That almost was bad. I like these little, like, wood-cutting drones. They're just kind of here. Now we can open doors of varying kinds and do a bunch of other things like that. Still doesn't solve our how do I fit into places situation. Hi. The hell are you? Bad news, that's what you are. Here, emit healing nanites for me, thank you. Oh. Interesting. Let's get a little further away from that. That's why those canisters are all over the place on various enemies. They're the thing we interact with when we use our infection thing. Okay. That's also why it's breakable separately from the rest of the part of the enemy. So that you could separate it and then interact with it. I presume, yeah, there's nothing to interact. Wait? Oh! I can overclock the... Rotate to the next item? What's the next item? Health. Oh, that's neat. I like that. I like that. I can spend 20 energy, question mark? To make this spawn more healing and energy, and I can swap it between those. Yeah, and it is 20 energy. That's really cool. I like that. Because this basically means all of these are going to be ways for us to just get infinite health and energy back. I should try to see if I can infect a save point. See if I can do anything with that. Nope. I didn't figure, but I wanted to try. What else can I infect? Oh, there's a note over here. Heretic's Tablet. The exalted Lamassu, our lord, has given us the divine plans of the ancient kings. The blacksmiths have cast weapons of great terror, powered by the strength of the fire. We may have built these for use against the fearsome Udug, but have only been able to test them on our enemies in neighboring Iroquois. Still, I fear it is not long before Iroquois too masters the forbidden knowledge. And then what? Will the Udug arrive to find us at each other's throats? One wonders then, what? Tablet breaks off here. Well, as usual, civilizations find a way to destroy themselves and each other before the threat actually arrives. Can I infect... That's the wrong button. Can I infect these guys? I can. Target swarms and attacks the user's enemies. Go forth, my minions, except you went the wrong way, but that's okay. I now know how you work. I do like how this keeps getting extended range the longer you hold it, too. The Axiom and the Aegir HD2. So I can make it drop its cargo, or I can make its cargo explode. Okay, cargo exploding doesn't kill it. I was curious to see how much damage that would do. The answer is some damage, but not enough. They're winning me over with these mechanics, though. Because like I was saying, it's a more efficient way to use the hacking mechanic from the first game. And you actually know what's gonna happen instead of having to play the trial and error game to find out whether hacking something's worth your while or not. Go ahead and open that door. More notes. Terminal Breakthrough 1. Hammond, as you know, the whole purpose of the elevator is to allow us to pass safely across the breach from one world to another. But the breach itself is a kind of world, albeit one with such a differing fundamental structure that it's not survivable for humans. Or for that matter, digital cameras, microphones, and various other electronics we've tried to observe it with. However, it may not surprise you to learn that certain analog clocks can make the transition mostly unscathed. For the most part, they operate normally. But the rate at which they operate is different than on Earth, or on Kidden Gear. And not only that, the rate changes. It appears to move at a quarter speed for several days, then spend a full week moving at 1/100th speed. Linus. So that confirms the existence of the breach, and the breach operates at varying time speeds. Oh, there was a thing hidden in here. Ah, another Apocalypse Flask. Very good. We needed more powers. Because Lord knows, I think I need more damage. Okay, this just leads to an upper path over here. This is why I keep breaking all those bushes, though, is invariably there's gonna be something hidden in them. And they give health, which I desperately need all the time. Which is another argument to be made where I could boost my health instead. Ah, that's how you get your infection level up. Okay. Okay. Adds an additional 50 nano points. Stronger and stronger enemies. Expand faster, expand further. I almost feel like range damage would be the better idea than melee damage, because we are ending up using the boomerang a lot. But we already raised our melee speed. Then again, that kind of balances. We attack faster in melee, but hit harder in range. Sure, let's go with that logic. Does this actually... Yes, it does. Okay. Because this was 15 damage before, so it gained 5 damage from that level. Leaving it only 5 damage behind the melee attack now. So that's actually pretty good. That's actually a pretty worthwhile upgrade. I was worried it was only going to be like a 2-point increase or something, and end up not being worth it. Is these Apocalypse Flasks don't seem to be super uncommon, but they're not like the most common thing in the world either. Yeah, I need level 2 to do anything to that. I forgot. You. Serve me. Attack my enemy. It's just like sending a swarm of bees after them. Okay, so this is a higher up save point. It is interesting how the start menu, by the way, is this menu here, where you can select all the same things you would on the select button, whereas your select button opens up whatever the last thing you had open was. I'm so used to select being map, that's why you keep seeing me open that and then be surprised when the map's not what shows up. In case anybody was wondering about that situation. I can't reach that currently, I don't think. The Quake might reach it, but I... Uh-oh. Hi there. Turrets freeze and are unable to aim. Yes, please. Oh, I cut his head off. That seems like that was a rude move on my part. But at the same time, he's trying to kill me. You know, this is as far as I can tell a boss enemy, but there's not an arena here. So maybe I don't kill it. Maybe I just leave it alive. Though now it's flying around without a head, so maybe it's worse that I don't kill it. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like I have to, so I feel unmotivated to defeat my enemy when my enemy has no purpose. Now maybe he'll drop something cool. Oh, that hurts me. Okay, but there's a thing on the other side of it. Damu, fire to launch a remote drone which you may detonate at any time to return to Indra. Oh my, is it true? Am I finally free? Hold on a sec, you're a kid? My name is Damu. At the end of the war, they thought maybe kids would make better arms. So you've been trapped like this ever since? I'm so sorry. Damu may be the youngest of the arms, but his powers can still be of use. This kid was trapped in a jar all this time, and all you can think about is how useful he can be. No, really, hold out your hand. I can make a ball out of it. Then throw it and see what happens. I mean, as long as he enjoys his job, I guess it works. See? I was supposed to be able to turn you into giant beasts, but this is pretty good too, right? It's certainly something. Now try and go through that storm portal. No other arm can do that. Oh, the drone can go through these portals. So they did this bit again, but differently. Okay. We now go into, like, an 8-bit zone. I already like it here. This is great. There used to be glitch zones in the first game that would take you to crazy, like, glitch sections full of really nasty enemies, generally. But I like this better. I like this better. Okay, there's the exit. There's a door up there. Where would I end up if I exit here, actually? Ah! That spits you out in the equivalent portal, okay. And I assume if I go back to Indra, I would end up back literally in Indra again instead of in the drone. So let's go back in there, and since we can infect things from the drone, let's see if we can, like, infect these guys or something. No. Okay. It might be that there's just nothing we're meant to do here yet, and we're meant to come back to get that other door. But when in doubt, check things first. Yeah, because we can't explode the drone. We only have the saw. We also can't return to our body from the storm portals. Okay. So that's certainly a weird experience to have. Quite literally an out-of-body experience. Now, I can't help but notice, though, that I can't get out of this hole. Oh, the storm doesn't hurt me anymore. Interesting. Did I soft lock myself somehow? Because you'd think we'd be able to grab this ledge, but we can't. So there must be something I need to do still with the drone. Oh, duh. It's actually sublimely simple. We need to bring the platform back down by infecting it up there with the drone, and then we can use the platform to get out. I'm just being silly. Overthinking the entire concept. We could try to throw the drone into that hole up there once we get out of the hole ourselves. Just place my air guitar while I wait. Oh. Yeah! Let's see what's over here, shall we? It's interesting that this is another concept that comes back from the first game, using a little robo spider thing like this. Another apocalypse flask. That seems to be the only thing that was over here, so go ahead and recall. This is also how we're gonna go get that weapon that we saw in that other area. Oh, you regenerated your missing parts, huh? That's great for you. I'm gonna go get that thing before we forget it's there, because it really looks like an improvement over our ice axe in terms of defending ourselves. It does look like the thing I was fighting has a marker for the compass, though, because it's showing a pink mark up where that thing was. Just I'm reasonably confident that's where it was. And the main reason I'm hesitating to fight it, aside from the obvious reason of it doesn't seem like I need to, is there were some implications in the first game that the things you were fighting there weren't exactly something you should have been killing, from what I recall, so kind of leaning into that idea for now. Am I going the right way for the thing I'm trying to go grab? I don't even know. I think it was over this way. You know that whole reminder mechanic? Probably should have used that. I think I'm close to where it was. I can also activate this while I'm here. We are close, but I think I'm going backwards too far now. So I think the thing I'm looking for... Actually, it might be in this room, so I should go back that extra step just to be safe. I thought it was after. It might be after. We should also use this to heal before I toy with anything like that. Overclock it so it's quicker, because we're gonna be able to get the energy back anyway, so there's literally no reason not to overclock these as far as I can tell. There we go. Definitely getting Metroid Prime vibes from some of the music in the especially in that area we were just in a second ago. And yeah, I am going back too far. It's been a bit since I've had a Metroidvania that I've really felt like I wanted to sink my teeth into exploring it, because of the options you have at hand to explore it. This one's doing it for me so far. We'll see if it holds up that way, but initial impressions are positive. So far, I've been consistently rewarded for poking my nose into random nooks and crannies and corners, as opposed to some games of recent times which don't reward you like at all. Hey there, Pixie, how you doing? I didn't need to use the drone for that, but at first I thought I was going to need the drone to get anywhere. I remember now. This is close to where I want to be, I think. Now, because this is the waterfall again. Which is where I wanted to be, though. That's the thing I'm looking for. Bronze axe, a weapon from another time. Okay, it just straight replaced the ice axe for me, which is what I was going to do anyway. That wasn't there before. I can slow you or make you my ally if I had higher infection. Well, that's fine. Not doing that right now. So... we have a new weapon. We can traverse the portals now using our drone. We can get into smaller passages with drone as well. Go ahead and give me my health, thank you. Now I'm going to assume that I can't use the axe upgrade to break things that I couldn't break before. That seems not in tune with how they're doing things here. So let's head further this way now that we went and got the axe I wanted. I could try to chuck the drone through there. Nope. Probably not how I'm meant to go there, so we're just not gonna worry about that right now. Nope. I'm gonna be trying that a lot, I feel. Trying to randomly chuck the drone places in order to get access to places I otherwise wouldn't be. Looks like we might be stuck down here for the moment, which is fine. Oh, another big guy. Bigger guy, anyway. Okay, you've got friends. How about your friend becomes my friend, and then that takes care of that. So I get the feeling I didn't want to deal with that. Aha, people. Hello, I accidentally came through a portal in Jones Station. I'm just looking for a way back. Hi, I'm Kyrie. Malka radioed that someone might be coming by. Oh look, you actually have radios, unlike my stupid ass who came all the way to the Arctic with one guy in a helicopter and no radios between the two of them. Warren was working on a new portal, but Kazakhs took his tech. They had a base somewhere southeast of here, but we haven't heard from them in quite a while. You may have noticed all the drones around. It's too dangerous for us to go look. That's not ideal. I'm gonna have to go try. Okay, so southeast it is then. Yeah, you know, the guy with the helicopter who disappeared immediately. I'm sure he just flew away probably after a bit. Well then, letter from Trace. Hammond. The potentially infinite number of worlds, my current hypothesis is that they are filtered by a kind of tree-like hierarchy, being narrowed and specific at the ends but broad at the root. But of course, in order for this to work, the filters themselves are also worlds in the tree, downstream of even more filters recursively. Here's a brain teaser for you. If the filter fails somehow, do the worlds it filtered cease to exist? Your idea about the afterlife. I think we could actually get proof one way or the other, but the person doing the experiment would need to be dead or have studied all our research for it to work. Anyway, I hope to talk more about this later. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Trace. Now, to explain the response to that name popping up, that was the character from the first game, if I'm remembering it correctly. That's what makes that interesting. We need permissions to control data throttling. Is this Samara? Username is E. Hammond. Samara depends on you. As in Elizabeth Hammond? What the fuck? No data left. Next terminal at Kazakh-based sector 2422. Damn it, I should have known Hammond was behind the whole thing. She's alive after all. What the hell does she want? Root access? Is she so incompetent she can't even do that on her own? I feel like based on that note that root access is not the computer variety of root access. I think that might be more world root. Antarctic research team missing, November 10th, 2053. And what is turning out to be one of the biggest mysteries of the 21st century, all 23 researchers at Jones Station, Antarctica have gone missing. Further deepening speculation, Hammond Corp, who manages the station on the behalf of the US and EU joint venture, reports that it has been unable to contact the company's CEO Elizabeth Hammond, who was scheduled to return from her visit to the station late in September. Conspiracy theories abound, and even the most rational possible explanations beg your belief. Officials have widened the search area from 10,000 to roughly 50,000 square kilometers without any luck. Search and rescue supervisor Anhara Tere cautioned families to lower expectations. Even at the best of times, this is a deadly, hostile environment. Once again, reassuring us that the guy in the helicopter are totally going to be fine. They're in the Antarctic, poorly geared for it. I'm sure that's absolutely not going to have consequences. Tiny! Welcome to this weird world I have ended up in by going into a freight elevator. And no, that's not even a joke. That's exactly what happened. We went into a freight elevator in an Antarctic base and ended up in another world for some reason. Pretty much, yeah. Welcome, Wielder. They call me Lamassu. Am I talking to a statue? This form is a facade designed to make me more familiar to those who once lived here. Unfortunately, Wielder, I cannot be of help to you while you are bearing the arms. Do not listen to it, Indra. It is broken. It is why the machines here are so hostile. I just want to go back to my world. You can have these arms for all I care. To prevent contamination of the other worlds, I cannot allow you or anyone else to leave. If possible, the best way to remove the arms is to destroy yourself. I can help with this if necessary. Please don't. I don't want you to die. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take a rain check on that. Nice meeting you, Lamassu. Seriously, what the hell's wrong with this place? Well, the robot just told me to go die, so that's great. Note to self, don't talk to strange statues. It's apparently a really bad idea. I can't help but notice that I might be stuck down here. Oh. Aha, there's more things under the clouds. Except I can't get past your big leg. So that's a problem. I wonder. Nope, I can't infect him to make him smarter or anything. So it looks like this was some kind of temple. What else is here? This is privileged information and cannot be disclosed. This place is devoted to Lamassu's teachings. It gave us the knowledge needed to build the arms. Is there something that could help me build a portal back home? Again, this is privileged information and cannot be disclosed. I don't believe so, but there is rumored to be a device that can help protect your body while you control the drone. It would allow you to split your consciousness and reintegrate it afterwards. That would be a relief. Yeah, that sounds great. You should try to find a way in there. Well, when in doubt, yeet. Damn it. I was gonna try to throw it over his head to see if I could get behind him. So that's not the answer, then. I have to assume we're not stuck here. It'd be resoundingly awkward if we were. Am I really not able to reach that high? Huh, maybe I'm not. Well, every now and then exploding is the answer. This time, apparently not. It almost looks like there'd be a path there. Okay, I can't get a reaction out of Lamassu by hitting him in the knees. I mean, he is a statue, so hitting him in the knees really shouldn't be very effective. This almost looks like it's cracked. No, that one doesn't work either. Okay. Oh, I guess I still have more to talk to him about. Okay. So, Lamasu, you're in charge of the drones that are running all over? Yes, they are important in decontaminating Kane gear from external influences. What if, say, someone dismantles you, such as with a bomb? The risk of that, fortunately, is low, as I am a distributed system with answer-level protections. Okay. So, all this is just discussing the potential blowing him up, which, you know what? I could definitely get behind that idea. It was certainly an idea that had crossed my mind. Considering, you know, I went up and started smacking him in the ankles and such. I'm gonna try again to try to throw this over his head. Nope, that's definitely not gonna work. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing here, then. Because there's a save point right before getting in here, so... if they actually do intend you to die in here, even if it's just to prove a point, then there might be something with that idea. Problem is, I'm running out of energy to keep blowing up, so that's a potential risk. Like, I'm genuinely wondering if I walked over here when I wasn't supposed to yet or something. Or maybe I was supposed to blow up down here. But it's not showing a path further down in that spot, so I don't feel like that's true. Seeing if there's anything that's like hard to notice or something that's infectable in here. Doesn't look like it. We can't just walk past this pillar. We already tried blowing it up, I think, and I also am out of exploding, so... Ow. That's the problem. For some reason, all the times I jumped over here, I didn't land on that. There we go. I knew we couldn't have been soft locked there. There was no way that would have been what happens. Which is why I was so confused. It would have made no sense for that to be what would happen there. Can't break that open. Ah. What's this do? Is this gonna add another voice to my head? Nehersag. Allows you to climb vertical walls. Well, that seems very helpful. I am Nehersag. I shall bestow upon you the climbing strength of the mountain goat. So, Nehersag, can you explain something to me? Why is it some arms can talk and others don't? I was asking that question before, so I'm interested in this answer. I'm no expert, but the first arms used primitive machine intelligence. This proved inadequate, so we learned how to transfer a human mind into an arm. But there are still many of those early arms remaining. Right, of course, thanks. Okay, so some are just what I figured, too primitive or small in scope to have sentience. But now we can just climb walls freely, so that solves a lot of my problems. Or I should say climb walls reasonably freely. So let's go ahead and save again and see if there's a way over this wall in here. No, it looks like they thought of that and designed this specifically so you can't do that. Because otherwise I was going to go up and over that in order to try to get the note that's over there. Presumably there's another way to get that note. We don't have the ability to reach the thing that would open that yet. Ow, my head. So now we can climb. What does that actually do for me? I mean, it gets us up here. That's, I guess, the immediate answer. Certainly gets me to more problems as well. I can only slow you or make you an ally. Okay. Just go ahead and break him to bits instead then. Somehow I feel like turning you into an ally is not going to be that worth it to me, but at least it means you stop spraying steam into my face. Wrong button. Yep, we're dead. I kept reflexively hitting Y to try to throw the boomerang before. And now that we have Y as drone, now it becomes a problem. That was inevitable. Thankfully, for those coming in late, you'll notice dying really isn't a significant problem. It just puts you back at the last save point you touched, with all progress you had made at the time still there, so. All in all we did was learn. Though, admittedly, the learning itself is slightly debatable, but, you know. Considering I just went and took the same damage over again, more or less. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Can't do anything useful with him either. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Curiosity's gonna be the death of me. Yep. Wow, this suddenly took a turn for way more dangerous. Like, things were dangerous already, but this is a lot more dangerous suddenly. The question becomes, am I supposed to be up there? And considering we have all the abilities to get up there, logic would denote yes. We do have a point to spare though, so let's go ahead and get us a bit more health. Considering we are getting demolished immediately by most of these things, a bit more health might be advisable. I don't really have great options for avoiding some of these ranged attacks at the moment. But we can do that at least to deal with this problem rather than taking a bunch of damage from it. Why did I run back into that? Oh right, because I wasn't paying attention. Also, we can climb vertical walls. Why am I even dealing with the wild bunch that's over there to begin with? If you're actually wondering what the answer to that question is, it's because I didn't think I could climb just any old wall with that ability. But as it turns out, I can. We can just go around our problems for the second. That looks useful. Yoink. Power Matrix allows you to store and use healing energy from power cells dropped by enemies. That is incredibly useful. I now have a healing ability. Ah, those are the power cells. Okay, that's the other reason why those drop on the ground after enemies die. I understand now. Turns out I didn't reach that well enough. Explosion! That's how potent he is, apparently. He can survive my explosion. Which, for those wondering, nothing else in this game has been able to survive that explosion thus far. So, that's concerning that they have enough health to survive me just exploding into nanobots. Open door, please. Oh, that's level 3. Nope. Can't go that way yet. We only have level 1 infection at the moment. That does, however, bring up a question. If I had spent all of my Apocalypse Flask points on infection levels, would that have allowed me to get in there now? And... maybe. Actually, no, I wouldn't have been able to. Because you notice it's 1, 3, and 4. So I don't know if this costs more than 1 point or something. It might. There's an item in there, and I would like the item. So future points might start all going into that. So I'm presuming that that item is not required. Otherwise, there'd be a way for you to raise your infection without spending the finite amount of flasks that you find in the world. Nope, just gonna go around you, so you have to come to me. There we go. Because running to him would have just gotten me zapped, and it wouldn't have done me any good. I want the information. I can't get it. Can I just make you, like, explode or something, Mr. Screensaver Ball? I can. Goodbye. It's rather handy being able to just hijack robots like that. Just hijack their processing and make them explode. Say it, don't spray it, buddy. Hey, cool it. Cool it with the steam. Ow. You're lucky you are just a nuisance to reach, or you'd be dead by now. Okay, you know what? You have moved up the priority list for death. Understand that this is what happens when you upset me. You could have survived this altercation in peace, but you decided to spray hot steam in my face multiple times. Okay, the climbing is a little weird in case people are wondering why I'm sometimes randomly falling off. Because that blue meter over there that appears is a stamina meter, and I didn't realize that till now. That's part of it anyway. Just die. I don't have good angles at you at all with the climbing requiring stamina, so... That also explains, though, why they let you climb any surface, because the stamina will then keep you from getting too out of hand with it. Wrong button. I wanted to see if I can infect the cannon. No. Okay. Some kind of fort, it looks like. Oh, we're going back into the storm world. Welcome to 8-bit storm world. don't entirely know why this is here, but I like it. Ooh, Apocalypse Flask. How get? Give. Do want. Give. Give now. These blocks look different in a tube shape here, so I thought maybe I was meant to, like, climb down through them. Oh, I can use my healing ability still. Except I did not heal. Interesting. Concerning and interesting simultaneously. How do I get that? So I want that. I guess we'll come back to that idea in a minute then. Maybe I'll gain an ability that lets me get in there. I have to come to that from the other side. What's interesting is our health wasn't going down. But it also didn't go up when we healed, so I'm kind of confused by that. But this is an awkward situation to find myself in. Good day, sir. Giant blue Kabuto up there. You just hang out over there, buddy. Oh, good. Now there's things that jump out of the fire and spit death at me. Oh, I see. I think our health in drone form is the blue meter, not by normal red meter. Don't like that. That seems weird. I found a thing. What's this do? Iskiri, your drone fires a hook that can slingshot it over unreachable ledges. That seems incredibly useful. Okay, these clouds are solid, surprisingly. Oh god. Well, this seems safe, doesn't it? Okay, the drone just reassembles at its save point, as expected. Which is kind of what I wanted. And yeah, we're in the breach right now. That's kind of what I was assuming. Even though they called it storm portals. And it's all connected too, because you can see the other breach we were in over there. Or at the very least, it's all on the same plane of existence. May not necessarily all be connected, per se. This is a situation I am 110% not a fan of over here. I could fight these, but fighting them seems to be just out and out a bad plan. Considering our weapon is incredibly short-ranged on this little drone. And not exactly powerful, currently. Well, I didn't want to be down here at all, but here I am again. Dead again. Now that we have the grapple, though, is there anything back this way I can do? Since this is a more significant breach section than the one we were in before. I don't even know what that is. Some kind of bird or bat or something. Oh! That connects back to where those nightmares live. Okay. Suspicious. Aha! This is how I get the flask. Yeti flask. We're immediately gonna spend that on improve. Oh, but I can improve the drone now too. Increase drone damage and attack speed. Nah, we're fine. Gonna raise my infection level because I want to get that thing that's behind that infection door. Getting past you is going to be complicated. Well, we did it. We nearly died doing it, but we did it. Well, that's mean. Having him just hanging out right there where you come in. Oh, something I should note that I keep forgetting about, by the way. Over here in accessibility, there are actually quite a few good settings. You can actually increase the damage multipliers favorably or unfavorably, make the game move slower if you're having trouble with the speed it moves at, make things more obvious in terms of platforms and such. And the one I did turn on, reducing the flickering and strobing effects of the game. Good accessibility. Good accessibility. Always happy to see that. Well, this is unfortunate. Hiya! Okay, so the only save point is below me. Oh, there's the exit, though. Okay. Now, what does this do for me? Ah, allows me to open the doors. Okay. Open up. Interesting how there is a ability to close them as well. So there's probably gonna be cases where you're gonna want to close the doors for one reason or another. There's another apocalypse flask in there. Oh, I see. That's what I was doing wrong with the grapple ability. The idea is you have to let go of it in order to slingshot. Okay, now we have... If it takes only the one more point, we have enough infection level to go open the thing. Also, those are smalls, which implies that there are larger ones. Okay, no, I can't raise my infection level to 3 yet. I'm assuming the number next to these is how many points it takes, which is why I was like, yeah, we're not going to manage to do that anytime soon, because it'll take 3 points to get to level 2 and 4 points to get to level 3. So whatever that item is that's behind that infection door must be very potent, since you're intended to get it quite late, with it taking that much to get to it. This is all, of course, theoretical, because I have no way to know. And yeah, this is where we got into our drone form from. Now we can leave this room. Leave this place. What if I don't want to? Okay, so that covers all of that. Seems like the main thrust of getting up there was just to gain the ability to make the drone climb. There may be more stuff in that breach, though. which is a bit worrying. Make him volatile, then give him a good whack and watch him explode. Oh, I see. We needed the grapple ability for this in order to get in here. As soon as I do this correctly. 'Cause I don't think I'm actually reaching. There we go. Eh. There you go, boss. In you go. There's another breach portal in there, but I don't know how you would get at that. Level 3 again. With another Apocalypse Flask behind it, so at the very least we know we'll get a refund of one of our points. And that orange thing might have even been like a larger Apocalypse Flask for all I know. So it didn't look like a flask, so who knows. Well, that was a bad choice. A recoverable bad choice, though, since we can climb now. There might be something up there, but first and foremost, probably... No, he's not coming all the way over here, so we don't need to deal with him. Come on. I saw it grab. Come on. Ah, fine. Want to do it the hard way? We can do it the hard way. I'm probably doing something completely unnecessary here, but stubbornness is too strong right now, so just bear with me. Ow. But see, this is what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be grabbing those corners and slinging its way up, but for some reason, this corner in particular is just not playing ball, just like that other corner wasn't. There we go. Took some doing, but we got there. And I fucked it up. Looks like there might be a way for me to get myself up there, though. Or not. So didn't we come from up here? I think we did. Yeah, we did. So maybe not. Now, there's a doorway here. But you have to get there through over here, then go here. No, because that's... Huh. Because we can't go this way. This is this barrier. We already went over here, because that's what led up to this whole mess over this way. And we can't go any further down here that we know of right now, because, well, we didn't try climbing certain parts over there, but I don't think it's worth it to us at the moment. We know we can't go through this doorway yet, because it was blocked. Much like this one's blocked with a laser. So there's a world in which we go backwards and start using our climbing ability in earlier areas to try to get around. There is a reality in which we go back into that breach section to see if I missed something in there, which is entirely possible. Like, obviously we're not stopping anytime soon because we've only been going for 2 hours. But for 2 hours, I feel like we have gotten a decent amount done, because we've gotten 4 more weapon-based equipment items, 2 usable items, 5 abilities, and a handful of collectibles, including a handful of notes. So I feel like we're making decent headway. I don't actually know how long this game is. Let me check while I'm in thinking mode right now. Okay, blitzing through, it's about 8.5. If you're gonna be running around grabbing things and going forward, it'll probably be about 11.5, and if you're finding everything, it's about 15. Okay, so not super long. Which explains why we got a decent amount of headway immediately. Because I seem to recall that the first game's not super long either, unless you're digging for every single secret. Which could take quite a while. So let's head back this way and see if we can go lower in this green section over here. Not for any particular reason, just because it's over here. And I noticed it wasn't complete, and I don't remember why. Right. That's why. Barrier. Let's see. There's a bit of the lake we didn't look at, but that's because we couldn't get to that part. It's above this spot we're in right now, and we can't get there particularly. If you're wondering why we can jump so high in the water, it's an ability we grabbed early on. It was, I think, actually the first ability we got, more or less. Not counting the boomerang. I'm, of course, not counting the initial ice axe, because you literally get that when you first get off the helicopter. That is your most basic of basic capabilities, is smack thing with ice axe. Which has since been replaced with the bronze axe that we're carrying now. The song here actually reminds me a lot of a robot named Fight, if anybody even knows what that is. Which, those of you that have been around for a while should know what that is, considering... Did I do this one already? You must enter an upstream port. Your daughter depends on you. Who are you? Running out of memory. Go to telescope next. Sector 23-3. Damn, these old Ansibles had to be preloaded with all the memory they would ever use. They must have already used up every last byte. Apparently I didn't grab this when we were here earlier. Just like I didn't read that. Oh! Well, that would have been great before. Ra. Allows you to charge up melee weapon attacks. That probably does more damage. I, for some reason, just didn't walk past that person and go look at the other things. Companies lays off thousands, turn profit. December 20th, 2044. Much like right now, really. As millions are plunging into poverty, an economic crisis has nevertheless surfaced a clear winner, big business. Despite collectively cutting more than 300,000 workers, 47 of the top 50 public traded companies posted a profit this quarter. Either we eliminate 10% this year or 100% next year, said CEO Indra Chaudhary, seemingly tone deaf to the plight of thousands of Globe 3 employees laid off since the onset of the crisis in 2043. Our company raked in profits of 232 billion since then. Indra Chaudhary, for those who missed the beginning, is who we are playing as right now. Moves like that might explain a bit about why she had originally said she might have deserved it when initially we were drowning in frozen water, which is how we came to be made out of nanomachines like we seem to be now. So, you know, that's a whole thing. Wrong button. MN Corp posts record losses, updated May 12th, 2049, 4:22 p.m. ET. MN Corp lost a record 57 billion in fiscal year ending in March, the company announced today. It was the 5th straight year the company finished with a loss. A restructuring plan was announced, with CEO Elizabeth Hammond promising to cut the volume of Ansibles produced. The beleaguered executive has been criticized in recent years of being out of touch when discussing her future vision of technology, often focusing on unrelated projects such as the $5 billion government contract to support research at Jones Station, Antarctica, which is where we went when we ended up getting into this whole other dimension issue we got going on right now. Well, it's just as well that I went around the way I did, because we wouldn't have been able to go through this till now. I can grab this to have a power cell available to heal, and in we go. Bad eyeball. Stop it. Stop this thing you're doing where you're making gas everywhere. Those things hurt a lot. Noted. Okay, you throw your dots at me. Can I perhaps infect you? No. Thankfully, they drop a decent bit of health. I need to kill you quickly. There we go. I could leave, but yep, that's what I figured, is there was gonna be another item. Because every single one of these breaches seem to have something for me. Power Matrix allows you to store or more healing energy. I guess now I just have 2 of them? Yeah, okay. But I can't go any further yet. I need to access that from a different breach. But where does this spit me out? Up here. Okay. Which gets me a health shard. Okay. Good to know. It is interesting how you can go into whole other screens in drone form. I want to say in the first game you couldn't. Like, you were limited to the screen you had gone into the drone from. Okay, so we gained a little bit by double checking over here, so I'm glad I came back. Apparently this is important over here, whatever this is. Can I get there now? I'm not oh, actually, yeah, because we can traverse the breach portals now, so presumably that would lead to letting us go further. Anyway, just gonna get rid of that. Moving right along, we're just not going to acknowledge that that happened any further. Yeah, this is the breach we were in already. I guess that's as good an idea as any, really. Just go down into the lake and see if going into that breach down there does us any good. Theoretically, it should work out in our favor, but I don't have sufficient information on how this game is structured to know if that'll help or not. The logic I'm operating under right now is that it'll give me access to the other side of that button that we were looking at when we were over there before, that we just couldn't find any logical way to reach. And we are a bit stronger now, so being down here shouldn't be too big an issue. Not that being down here was that big an issue before, but we can, for example, get around a lot better because we can now climb the walls instead of having to climb the ledges. Not that we needed to climb that much, considering we could jump so high underwater, but every little bit helps, because it means I can, like, bypass having to jump on that ledge over there. You're gonna grab me and then pay for your sins. I forgot about the laser worms. Now, I came over here on purpose, though, because I was going to utilize this thing to heal. Because we can just switch that over to dropping healing items, speed it up. And then once we're at full health, I'll top off my energy again, and we will get down to business. is the breach spot's over to the right, but I reflexively ran over here. So I was just making use of that heal to make up for what my reflexes had done to me. And thankfully with the better axe, we can rip through those laser worms a lot better. Ow. When I see them, obviously. Because if you don't see the thing coming, it's kind of hard to kill it. But yeah, this is the button in question. The button you have to get to from the other room. But there's been no access to that room. We could also try hacking some of the enemies around here and see if that does anything good for us. Yeah, I figured just makes him slower. This is the one I'm really interested in trying to hack. This has got cargo. Okay, it's just another make it release its cargo one. I'll go ahead and deploy healing. Now I'll go ahead and take that. So there's this breach portal up here that I presumably can reach. Somehow. Ah. What? Why is this here? What? Huh. Interesting. I'm on the wrong thing. Nope, none of that broke. Okay. Huh. How do I reach that portal? Unless maybe this is the exit, not the entrance? But that wouldn't make sense. I mean, it would, but it wouldn't, if that makes any sense. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is the fact that this other one doesn't seem accessible either. Just making absolutely sure there was nowhere to break through here. I thought for a moment maybe the, pink sections were indicating how you get into there. But that's clearly inaccurate, so not really sure what to do with that situation. So I guess maybe I was barking up the wrong tree by wanting to come back down here? But then why is my green marker there? Because we can't go through here. We, as far as we could tell, couldn't get past Lamashu over here. So maybe now that we have the grappling ability, maybe I can grapple up and over his head? And enter this whole section from this side? I guess that's an option, perhaps? Like, I'm not really sure that's the option, but it would get us further than our current situation. At least in theory. Because I can't think of too many beneficial things to do back over here. At least that would be capable of at the moment. We could get up here, maybe. And there is potentially a higher spot here that might be something. Also that. Because it looks like it goes further up. Kind of wishing this game had fast travel between save points. Which it might get at some point. But it certainly doesn't have it at the moment. Not that this game's map's that big so far. I'm just lazy. I've gotten too used to the convenience of having fast travel. What I probably should have done was not save at this save point here. And then use that as a means of quickly traveling back by just dying. But I've already committed to that, so that's not really an option. Checking on a thing or two. Which I was already doing while I was running around over here. Which is, as you might have guessed, why I seemed a little distracted in running into things. As always, I've got multiple plates spinning. Very frequently when I shouldn't. But that's just how I do, so I do. Now, do I have to have... Oh, never mind, both power matrices are full. I was like, do I have to have the power matrix selected to fill it? Which I was pretty sure wasn't true, but... doubt creeps in regardless of what you might think. Oh yeah, we never did go over here, which we can reach now. Why is my stamina not coming back? Maybe it's because I'm underwater. That would be very unfortunate, though. That's what I get for trying to take a shortcut, huh? Ooh, Apocalypse Flask. Gimme. Okay, getting across this seems to be currently impossible. Because I don't see any buttons anywhere. And there's barricades on both layers here. So that renders that whole thing moot. But we still came out of this with an extra Apocalypse Flask, so this wasn't pointless. It just may not have been the most beneficial move I've made. Speaking of, do I want to spend any of these? Because... yeah, because using 2 of them I would then gain the extra hit point. But if I save for 1 more, I'll go up to infection level 2. Or am I at 2 and this will be 3? I don't actually know what my current level is. I don't think it says when you're trying to use it on something, but I can check. Okay, yeah, it looks like I am at level 2 because this isn't purple anymore. So yes, once I get one more Apocalypse Flask, I'll be able to open that level 3 door. Okay, that's great news, actually. Before we go any further, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I need to pee. I will be right back. I will leave you with a moment of ads, because why not? Okay, back to business. As my controller disconnects. Okay, good. At least it came back. Of course, the second I pick it up, it disconnects. It's fine. So, all things considered, I don't feel like we've really learned anything. We gained a flask by coming down here. So it's probably worth double checking back up in here, since there are areas we didn't go to. Like, I don't think it'll be incredibly valuable to go up there, but it can't hurt. Like, all it'll do at worst is be a few minutes of time spent not accomplishing forward progress, which we're really not accomplishing forward progress right now anyway, so it's not really a big loss. And I'm enjoying this game enough that I don't feel the urge to rush through it, like I have with a couple of other titles we've played. Is to be clear, my intent is to beat this game reasonably quickly. Like my usual soft goal of probably like 3 or 4 sessions at most before this game is done. Especially with it being an 8 to 15 hour game, I don't anticipate it being more than 3 or 4 sessions to get through. Barring something going horribly wrong. That said, I would not mind it taking closer to said 4 sessions to get through so far. My opinion may change based on how the gameplay progresses. We still can't bypass those grates. Presumably at some point we will gain the capacity to do so. There's a passage from this room to that room above, but looks like that's just them having multiple doorways just to represent that entire side being a passage. And up here seems completely pointless, which is not a shock considering it's just a ledge up there. I do like that the birds make unique noises. I didn't mention that when we were here before because I was too busy trying not to die. Eat. Okay, so there's a transition that is meaningful there. I don't think we're going to be able to climb high enough. No, and there's also not a spot where I'm going to be able to reach that right now anyway. So you must gain some kind of like advanced climbing or better jumping or something. Is Quake? No, wrong thing. Nope, Quake doesn't drop those nor break those, so that's not the answer there. We must need to gain another different thing to get through that then. That's starting to make this trip over here look more pointless than anticipated. Because that was one of the big paths I was interested in. Was over there, because I figured it was going to lead to over here. This is where we drop into the water. So I don't think we're going to be able to get to this side of this passage either. I was assuming it was going to be a crossing point from here to here. That doesn't leave us with much left to do here, because we can't access this grate down here either. And I'm pretty sure we can't do anything down here, but I may as well look since we're already over here. I've been wrong before. Still 2 hits to kill those, even though we've got a better weapon. Okay. Reminds me, how strong is the bronze axe? Yeah, 37. Which is a strange number, all things considered. And I say it's a strange number because you might be thinking, oh, it's because you have a melee damage bonus. I don't. That's what makes that weird to me. Is it's a very specific number, like 37, without bonuses messing with it. So, why 37? Like, my first instinct would be that it's avoiding a certain threshold number for, like, being able to defeat certain enemies in one hit. Yeah, see, it's another one of these grates, which is why I'm like, I don't think coming back here has a purpose yet. And you know what else is interesting now that I've given it some more thought and went back down here? How did we integrate with the arm from the red urn without breaking it? All of the other arms, we had to break their urns to integrate with them. So how did we integrate with that arm? Why was being near it enough for it to manage to save us compared to the other ones that you had to directly touch? Like that's been bugging me since that moment happened. But it came back to mind looking at where the grating was, where we couldn't get to the urn. Yeah, and this is grated off too. So this entire beginning area, you can only come back to once you can pass those grates, basically, it seems. At least, that's the only way to come back here and have it be worthwhile, because this one's graded off too. Which I could leave myself notes, and if you play anything like this that gives you the option to put notes on your map, put goddamn notes on your map. Don't be like me. Don't be like, oh, I'll remember, and then don't remember. I swear, in the past, like, year and change, I have gone from having a good memory to having goldfish memory. And I blame streaming. Like, not entirely, but it definitely has had an effect on that, I feel. Which is a strange concept to think about. You wouldn't think that doing something like this as a job would lead to your memory failing. But the timing lines up. And there are way too many streamers that I know that can't remember a damn thing. So it would be kind of a weird thing to have be a coincidence. Not that there aren't plenty of strange coincidences in this world. They always catch my attention. So what was stopping me going further to the right here? I don't think really anything was, no. Huh. Okay. You are now a platform. Unfortunately, you are a platform in the wrong spot. Eh. Well, that didn't work according to plan at all. I hit a ceiling which made the drone stop, apparently. Oh. Well, guess we're going back around, huh? Because I unfortunately have no control over the platform. Yeah, pretty much, Tiny. Just whee! Failure. It's a good thing there's no fall damage. It'd be really awkward if I broke my legs there. Then again, we're made out of nanomachines now. I guess it's expected that we wouldn't be able to break our legs, because what legs would we have to break? There we go. Freeze him, place closer to my target this time. There we go. Activate this platform. Ah. Gimme. Where does this take me? To another one of you weirdos. Okay. Slow you down. Where are we going? I probably should have stayed on that platform, huh? But I think it's leading me back. So I don't know what the point to him being there was. Oh, what do you know? They'll talk to the drone, apparently. What can you tell me about the ruins around here? It's funny, they look like they came from ancient Mesopotamia, but according to radiocarbon dating, these are a few hundred years newer, so it's convergent evolution? How improbable is that? Dr. Hammond knew what was going on, but she's probably long dead. And you just had a conversation with a little spider eye, so you know. Who's the crazy one here? Yeah, because there's no openings in the map edge here, so it wouldn't take me any higher. So the only thing would be if there's something in this gap in the middle here. which is a possibility. But there's an easy way to check. Oh. Yeet. Good news, there's nothing there. Other than where the platforms converged, which there was nothing in between them. When in doubt, throw your consciousness in a direction and hope for the best. Just make sure to put your consciousness inside a metal ball so it doesn't break on impact. That's the lesson we've taken from this today. Editor's note, don't hurl your consciousness around willy-nilly. Probably not a good idea. It will at best be very confusing. Well, that didn't work according to plan. There we go. Oh great, the Steam guys are here still. Ah. Well, I hate this. Give me that. Ow, lasers. Ankle bite, ankle bite, ankle bite, ankle bite. I didn't have to do that, but it became a matter of spite at that point. But on the bright side, out of that little combat, we got a health extension, so... it was definitely worth coming back here. Because we've been needing more health. Problem is, it still hasn't led us forward. Wait. I just noticed the little 3/4 pies down there in the bottom left. Are they conveniently both just 3/4 of the items and 3/4 of the maps of each of these areas? Because that seems incredibly coincidental that both of those amounts would be 3/4 on every section we've been to. But by the same token, it's entirely believable that that would be true, considering we've covered a good amount of each of these sections. So I don't know if that's true or not. I feel like it isn't the case, though, because each of these all have the same amount too, and that seems physically impossible at that point. Not sure, though. No, there's not really a verification there. How do I get this thing? I want the blue thing. It's a thingy. Thus I want it. Like, the button's up there, so I would need to get the drone up there. Either the drone or myself. And the drone seems like the far more likely candidate for getting up there. Problem is, I can't jump high enough to get up to get it into a position to get up there. Short of doing something goofy like this, at which point it doesn't work. So, I think that's a future issue. I'm gonna put a marker here, though, because I'm definitely not gonna remember to come back over there for that. Since there's nothing indicating a missing bit of map or anything there. Or anymore. So I guess we're left with Operation Jump Over Lamashu's head. Unless there was something to the left up here, but I don't think there was something we could access at the moment up there. But if Operation Jump Over Lamashu's head doesn't work, we'll worry about that pathway. I also just think it'll be funny if I can jump over his head. There's also that little ledge above where we just were. In fact, I'm going the wrong way to jump over him. I forgot that these split at this point. Out of my way. Coming through. And we still don't have access to what opens that. Because the thing we would need to access is down there. Which we presumably would access from the other room. Hey, there might be something in here, too. Wait, no, this is the very same room. Because, for one thing, he's a statue, so we might be able to just climb him. Which we can. Well then, that was actually intended. Suck it, Lamashu, you big idiot. I can just climb over your head and you can't stop me. And now we have infection level 3, so we can hack that one door we were looking at. The 2 doors at this point that we were looking at. Trying to tell me to die when he's just a statue. Statue I can just climb over. All he is a big bundle of rocks. Yeah, I figured there was something in there. Building of the school. Intelligible instructions of the Lamassu. Our king has built a great fortress, Igi Onugal, to defend against the wicked Udug. The oracular signs say that they will strike and we must replenish our strength. However, Lamassu's own strength is limited. They have brought to bear Iron Galu from beneath the earth, but only his wisdom can save us. This was what the Lamassu, our lord, said. For the men and the women both muster from among them the most learned. They are to approach us where we reside in the western mesa and construct an aduba overlooking the valley. Here we will instruct them in the ways intelligible. I assume that was when they got taught how to make the arms. Yeah, this is how we open this. Which is just a shortcut past Lamassu, so that's a thing. Do you have anything else to say? So what is this area here? This was Clifftown. It was going to be a new base for you researchers. We didn't really get far before the drones attacked. I wish I could go back to Jonestown and be with Malika and Warren. I'm tired of being alone. There's power in being independent, though. Try to appreciate that. I mean, just because all the drones and such are around doesn't mean you can't get back to where they are. It won't be easy, but if you really are that broke up about it, I'm sure you can figure something out. It also gets very confusing with the text boxes when I'm standing on the wrong side of those people. They only seem to be designed for you talking to them from the right. Because that entire time the text boxes were reversed, basically, for who was talking. You know what, you want to be down there, you have fun down there in the hole. That's your home now. Though I did just drop myself down there with him, which might be a problem. Thankfully, he's now no longer loaded in, so he can't hurt me until I come back. You know, that could have consequences. Okay. Ah, that opens this doorway here. Okay, very good. so that's how that opens, which is just another connecting point. Which, don't get me wrong, it's great to have more connecting points, but I was kind of hoping for progress. Is this gonna take me where I think this takes me? Yes, it is. Yet another connecting point. Okay. I mean, it's gonna make travel shorter, which is basically the reason why I was asking for fast travel before, is to make travel shorter. So in its own way, I got what I asked for. Just not really the way I had asked for it. Ooh. Another Apocalypse Flask. Which I'm kind of worried about why they're called Apocalypse Flasks. But, you know, probably not important, right? I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure it's not problematic in any way, shape, or form that they're called that. Just explode myself to break that block out of the way. We'll quickly boost ourselves back to full health with our little friend here. These things are so nice. So very handy. This door, which just leads to where we were running around with the drone a moment ago, so we'll deal with that in a second. What's further to the left? Oh great, more of these attack floors, huh? My favorite. Well, just means we start playing the floor's lava around here, because I can't trust the floor, apparently. Like I said, I can't trust the floor around here. Okay, another drone path, so let's go this way. Ah, another note. I want that. That's a sword. I want that. Kazakh assault. My radio isn't working, so I hope you guys find this. The Kazakhs are tracking me. Yeah, I was going for a long hike through Urum Valley when I decided to visit their research station. It's up past the waterfalls. Apparently they didn't appreciate your visit. Ah, it's back into the breach for me, huh? There's a weird honeycomb thing there. Want that. I don't know what it is, but I want it. See where this takes me. Oh, we can't go back the way we came either. Slightly concerning. Oh, I can go through the pipes. Get another flask as soon as... Oh, there I am. I couldn't tell where I was within the pipes, so I just started smacking the walls in the hopes of figuring something out. We're starting to get a lot more Apocalypse Flasks. Having to blindly navigate those pipes is kind of unfortunate. I feel like they could have given you a view of the inside of those. We've got 2 upgrade points right now, and we've already gotten to level 3 infection. So... What do I want to do with these points? Making the drone a little bit better wouldn't be the worst idea. Making myself better is also not a bad idea. We're on the verge of getting a new melee weapon, so I still don't feel particularly compelled by raising my melee damage. I wish I could find a new ranged weapon, but we still haven't seen one. Yeah, I think we'll boost both stats on the drone. Because we seem to be spending a lot of time using it in fairly significant combat, so seems like a wise course to have it be a bit stronger. Is this really just a pointless room? Is this just a haha fuck you room? I guess this is just a haha fuck you room. I saw that. I saw those arrows appear. What? The fuck was that? They changed a bit, and then they went back to what they were. Why do they keep changing more? Do I just like hang out here until they do something? Am I losing my mind? Something more keeps happening the longer I sit here. Like the whole background there changed now. What is this? What does it mean? What does it do? What am I supposed to be learning from this? Well, whatever it is, I can't interact with it right now. So I'm gonna put a reminder here that weird shit happens here. Weird glitchy things. Which, based on, yet again, the first game, implies that something is gonna happen there. Ooh, there we go. Another arm. What's this do? Usan Ra allows you to charge up the drone attacks. Oh, that's good. Just bully him off the ledge. That'll be good enough for now. Ow. Okay, even with charge attacks, I can't break that, so that's gonna be a future problem. Much needed save point, because we were definitely taking some injuries. Many of which were completely unnecessary and completely my own fault. Kind of like this situation down here. Well, down here's a bad idea. Well, that's unfortunate timing. Can't go that way right now. Okay. Ah, another breach. Okay. I don't know if I want to use that yet. Because this way I can open up the path back to the save point at the beginning. This way, if I need to, I can come back. That's a better idea than just blindly going through that breach portal. There's also this. This is weird to me. The fact that there's an opening here, but seemingly for nothing. Well, where does this spit me out? By this save point here. Okay. Ah, and also by the nano lattice. Reduces incoming damage by 15%. Hell yeah. We can also let ourselves in, which is the more important part. Because we were already up there before, I think? No, we weren't. So we also want to go up here. See where this leads. And it's exactly what I was hoping for. Another health extension piece. I was kind of hoping for a full health extension, but I'll take a piece of one. That's still progress. Ah, this is it. If you can get it working. This will allow your human body to defend itself while you're using the drone. So instead of just sitting there in a fugue, my body will get up and fight? Yes, your body will remain conscious. When you return, your two halves merge and your experiences combine. That sounds terrifying, but too useful to pass up. That does sound horrifying. Oh, I see. Finally, I breathe again. That doesn't sound like something I would say. Yeah, because the other... The arm is using the body. Indeed, you are no longer in control of this body. I'm sorry to have deceived you, but now I must go. Bloody hell. That's a good trick. You know, I wish I knew how to do that. Well, time to go get our body back from the body snatcher, huh? Shit. She straight up just stole my body. Am I stuck like this? I'm really sorry, Indra. I had no idea this would happen. So you're still trapped in here with me. Just us now. I'm sorry, I'm not as strong as the others. Okay, so the other ones went with her then. Makes sense because they were attached to the body. If I was stronger, I could turn you back into a human. I was supposed to be able to transform things. Is there a way to power you up? Well, maybe? You used to have arms that basically add to existing arms. I need to sneeze, hang on. It's been so long. It's still plan B. Plan A is to take my damn body back somehow. Now the question there is, how do I separate the consciousness back? Hello. That seems useful. It looks an awful lot like the weapon we're using in this form, but bigger. And we can't get there till we get our body back. Because we're not big enough or strong enough to break those blocks. Terminal Breakthrough 2, Hammond. For a long time, the breach's temporal discrepancies confounded us, until one day Malka pointed out to me that those strange blue terminals everywhere appeared dimmer on some days or others. On a hunch, I recorded the changes over a period of a month, and what do you know? Without fail, the dimming of the terminals corresponded with the slowing of time in the breach. It's only conjecture at this point, but do you think there could be some undetected radiation from the breach interfering with the terminals? Or perhaps more worrying, But these terminals have some kind of control over the time flow in the breach? Linus. I wonder if they've considered that the breach might be generated by something. Because if the breach is being projected or generated, the terminals dimming affecting the flow of time there would make sense. Wielder, it is I, the Lama Shu. You decided to stop trying to kill me? Unfortunately, that directive must still remain, but recent events have caused another directive to take priority. You mean Amashlama taking my body? Indeed, the consequences of this are dire. In the past, Amashlama was one of the more troublesome arms. After the wielders defeated the Udog, it was necessary to restore and rebuild society to how it was prior to their induction. Though most wielders complied faithfully, Amashlama and her wielder resisted, creating a new conflict. By complied faithfully, do you mean by any chance they killed themselves? Destroyed is perhaps more apt, but nothing less than a storm bomb can completely dismantle the arm's nanotech. So you asked Amashlama to nuke herself and she declined. Can't say I blame her. And you know, when you put it that way, it really does sound bad, huh? Nevertheless, you and I have some common cause. I have reason to believe she is heading for the suspension bridge at Sector 3326. Destroy her and I will endeavor to return you to your human form. Well, at least we've got some assurance, I guess. Not really sure how I'm going to destroy her. Hey, you neglected to mention there was a giant Minotaur tank like 2 feet to the left there, buddy. Also, 33 is that way. So it's over there. Good news, I don't have to try to fight the Minotaur tank without my body. Possibly. If I can find a way to go that direction. Which might not be that possible. Oh wait, no, there's a door here. We have so much less health because we're stuck in drone form. This is just a war zone out here. God damn. I got Gatling guns and artillery. Ow. Case in point, artillery just hit me in the face. Storm bomb. My lord Melamana. The Udog have come from beneath the waves of a great flood, their powers allowing them to enter our world through storms of fire that appear in the sky. Until now, the Udog have seemed almost casual about the danger these storms pose to us of flesh and blood. They are doorways and nothing more to them. But yesterday, a storm erupted with such violence it was seen to wipe out an entire village. I fear we may have been too successful in the deployment of our wielders. Where the Udog once brushed us aside like flies, they are now hunting us like boar. We must find a way to fight back. Arad Lugal II. See, that makes sense, though, because the more you fight against a society that's trying to destroy you, the more likely they are to take you seriously as a threat. It's a double-edged sword. You might protect your society by defeating the adversary, but by pushing them back, they will push back harder in return. Dune, allow fast travel to save points. Thank God. Okay, so we have fast travel now. That will be huge towards getting us around to where we need to be, potentially. Because if I run into a dead end on this side, I'm basically going to go back to the area nearest where we're supposed to be going, though. It looks like we're actually at one of the rooms that we have a marker for. Push you off. Not gonna deal with you. Ow. And that's why. Those cannons hurt. Okay, they do overheat. Just gonna seize. Wait, you're supposed to be unable to aim. What's this shit? What's this still aiming shit that you're doing? Shenanigans, sir. Shenanigans. Not convinced that he won't be able to hit me there. If you're wondering why I destroyed that one, it's because I wanted health. Turns out there's a save point here, though, so it kind of didn't matter, but, you know. Well, that's a weird thing. Oh, it wants to... Oh, it's invisible and it's got a grabby hand. I hate it here. Go away. Go away, creepy grabby hand thing. Oh, it's in here too, huh? I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. The freight elevator. Wonder if that one will teleport me too. Enough BS, Hammond. Where's my daughter? In detention. She needs you. Go to upstream port sector 4320. You've got some nerve using my daughter like this. She is safe, but needs fix ASAP. Someone's really asking for an ass kicking. What does she mean by she needs a fix, though? Oh. This is going to teleport me again. Well, that could be a problem. Considering the last freight elevator was... Wait, the emergence. Oh god, I'm somewhere completely different now, aren't I? Wait. Wait. Did it? Oh god, more of these freaky things. Well, that's different. What curious creature is this? Yeah, I used to be just a normal human. I had an unfortunate encounter with some nanotech. I'm trying to find my way back to Antarctica. I see. My name is Shansaya Korshusnova. But you can call me Drushka. What is this place? We call this place the Emergence. Most of those from Sangambaya Station migrated here. Unfortunately, the portal you took here is not physically capable of returning you to Earth. There has to be a way, even if I have to build a whole new portal. We found evidence that the people of Kangir, the world you came from, were not alone. That there are some ruins in the east that are so advanced to defy explanation. If you find your way there, perhaps there's something that can help. So why are you behind that barrier? A woman came by here earlier, bearing nanomachines. She thought to threaten us. The barrier is a precaution to keep her from entering the Emergence. That was Amashlama. She's the one who did this to me. This may be hard to believe, but she took my original body, though I intend to get it back. It is not so hard to believe. Separation of mind from body is one of our goals in the Emergence. I hope one day to leverage that same technology for the good of our people. Hey there, Lexi, how you doing? Why are you out here in this chamber and not with your people? The supreme purpose of life is evolution, but our lifetimes are too short to perceive it. I appreciate that. Hopefully all's going well for you so far. However, in the Emergence, time passes differently. In the chamber behind us, for example, is a doorway we call a time valve. Beyond it, time moves faster. That is where we have settled. For some of us, it has been decades since we've arrived. I come here periodically to pass the time faster. This way I can steer the advancement of humanity on a long-term scale. So she just waits out here while everyone she knows grows old? Must feel like when I was in that urn all those years, everyone's gone now. Yeah, that'd be a strange experience for sure. But the reason why I reacted a little weirdly to this place is it's very reminiscent of the area from the first game. So I'm starting to wonder... Oh boy. Well, that sure is a thing. Thankfully, it's not acknowledging my existence, so I'm just gonna return the favor and not acknowledge it either. Just gonna continue not acknowledging the giant death machine behind me. I'm sure everything is fine. The lights are green. That means it must be friendly. Yes, yes. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Come on. Yeah. Okay. What's this? Does this let me dig through those blocks to my left? Imdug Bear. Hold a button to charge up your slingshot when hooked. Release to launch at your foes. That's not what I expected. But it is what I needed. Okay. It lets me break blocks, so we're in business now. It's certainly an interesting way to go about breaking these blocks. Whee! It's fun, though. And whee! Oh, I guess those aren't hostile. Huh. Just tried to body slam a random plant, pretty much. When I put it that way, it really doesn't sound resoundingly effective. Yes, another... Oh, that was a medium apocalypse flask. More points, yay! Okay, so going here was worthwhile. I'm glad I didn't get spooked by the idea of going through one of those again. And that gave us 2 points by itself. Okay. And now we've got faster charge rates for that. Okay. That's good. There's no point in upgrading myself right now, since our body is currently in the hands of basically psychopathic nanomachines, apparently. Which, that is an incredibly concerning concept now that I say that out loud. Spooky invisible thing biting me again. Get you and your grabby hand away from me. I want that. Okay, that's a small. I was curious to see if I was going to start getting medium apocalypse flasks everywhere now, or if it was going to just be an occasional thing. And the sound of things, just an occasional thing. Just leaving, rather than dealing with him. Oh boy. This is either a great plan or a terrible plan. Whee! Well, it worked. Jury's still out as to whether that was a good plan or not, but it worked. Ah, and that's how we get to opening that. So my entire intentions of getting to that were completely flawed. I think I'm still barking up the wrong tree trying to get to that. So, our goal was at 33... Yeah, our goal is over here, so I am right to not want to pursue that angle yet. Whoa! Don't like that. Well, that's upsetting. Guess we're not going that way quite yet. You know, I'll give them credit for one thing. The enemy design's getting weirder. Okay, so that gets us back into here. Actually, before I go too far, though it might be too late already, because I had a realization. We can break blocks now. If we can break blocks now, that means we can go get that thing we were looking at. The big saw blade. This is the only thing holding me back from getting that was blocks. That was over here, right? I need to get back up a little higher. I can see why they have an accessibility option to make some platforms more obvious, because boy, those are not super obvious at a glance. I just kind of sent those jumps and hoped. Rude. Ow. Spin. Safia, I understand your point. If there is one overarching rule for all life, one thing that could be considered our purpose, it is undoubtedly evolution. A simple mechanism where beneficial traits propagate while detrimental traits wane is built into the fabric of the universe, and it is the only thing that makes our existence possible. One should wonder, then, of the role of human knowledge and technology play in evolution. Does the development of, say, antibiotics mean that we have thwarted natural selection altogether, preventing our further improvement of our species? It is a worthy question, but upon our discovery of the emergence, I think the answer must be an emphatic no. On the scale we could previously observe, we were limited by the length of a single lifetime, often itself limited by a necessarily subjective point of view. But now we have the capacity to observe, partake, and benefit from the same process that shapes us. How many generations before a new medicine results in a weakened immune system? How many further generations lead to improved intelligence, leading to even better solutions? In the previous century, mathematicians spoke of a singularity of advancement that would alter human affairs forever. Whatever they may have imagined, this emergence dwarfs that exponentially. It is not a danger, it is our salvation. Arushka. Okay, wait, there's an apocalypse flask down there, but I need to be in my human form to get to that, because I need to drop a block to reach that, it looked like. And we cannot but explode in this form. Well, at least not in the useful sense. We can certainly explode in the detrimental sense, as we've demonstrated on numerous other occasions. He'll be done shooting eventually. I don't think I'm going to the right place anymore. But I'm going somewhere, so I'm just gonna kind of follow the path that I'm finding. The problematic thing is I don't remember exactly where that... Oh wait, wasn't the item like in here? The item might have been in here. This might lead me back to it. Well, that fell further than I thought it would. Yep, there we go. Led me right back to it. Udu-san, a more powerful version of the Mulu-san. Damage 21, projectile speed 4, cooldown 0. Yep, it's just a better saw. Okay. Now I can release that barrier, which allows me to go back this way. Admittedly, not 100% sure why I would want to go back that way, considering we were so close to our goal where we were, but, you know, it's one of those things that there would have to be a reason to come back here. Huh. Well, that seems concerning. And there's a breach here. I feel like I shouldn't be here in drone form. Being here in drone form really seems like a bad idea. Case in point, getting slammed in the face with artillery again. Yep, I couldn't charge it fast enough. I shouldn't have tried for it, but it was too tempting. Have a good night, Dream. And thank you for being here. Okay, so if we use fast travel, how does this work? Okay, by pressing fast travel, it fast travels me to the point I'm hovering over at the time. Okay. So what I probably want to do is fast travel back to this one, then. As the little tornado of nanomachines reassembles us where we went. Of course, it means dealing with these weirdos again, but, you know, price you gotta pay for progress and all that. Okay, that's not a real door. Ow. Oh god, those hurt a lot, actually. Stop it. Stop with the grabby hands of doom. Oh, and since we didn't save at the other one, well, that's annoying. But it's fine. Oh, that's where Irikar is. Okay. We had heard about that before. The reason why I'm focusing on going back towards the right, in case people have missed that bit, by the way, is the one that stole our body went that way. According to what we were told, they ran over here. So since we're trying to get our body back, and half of our abilities are tied to said body, you can imagine why that would be my priority right now. Especially when I'm getting bullied by weird grabby hand creatures like this. That I could probably handle significantly better if I had my body and my weapons. Recharged faster than I thought he would, but we got past him anyway. Everything is fine. Oh, right. We couldn't go directly through here, so we have to go lower than through. So really, going through the turrets was pointless, but it's fine. The music in this game really is very good. We'll just go this way. Flee, my power duck. Flee. Oh, but that's a problem. We can't... What? Oh! Secret flask! No, it's just a small flask, though. Would have been cool if that was a medium one. Okay. Counts as an interior. Interesting. I mean, it obviously is an interior, but it actually was mapped, was more the point. So I realized what I said was ridiculous. Okay, I can't grab that. Which, for those wondering, that seems to be the flaw of the grappling hook we have in the drone, is it can't grab slopes. It has to grab a corner. Because I presume it can't get a grip. Journal entry suspension bridge. Our next project is to be a large bridge allowing for the transport of machines and weapons to and from what is to be a workshop of sorts in the east. The Lamashu tells us that we will need godly materials that can only be found there. I'm very curious as to what these may be. More machines like the Lamashu itself? For surely they are not of the gods. But what will we learn from them? Arad Lugal. Now, you'll notice that one of the ones that wrote the other note was Arad Lugal II. So this is, I presume, generations of activity. Sounds good, Tiny. You have fun. Thank you for the bits, Tiny. Much appreciated. Checking on a couple things at the same time, because always multitasking, always in 30 places at once, because I'm a fool who never stops. Ah, that's where the save point I probably should have been using to get back over here was. Well, that's a shame that I found that at this point. How did I not find that? Oh, because I backed away from this spot, right? So it's looking like either I need to get through here, or the breach is my way forward. One of the two. I'm gonna try to go through those areas in between over here first. Now that I have a closer save point. Though the breach may have something useful in it. If you're wondering why sometimes I could hit them and sometimes I couldn't, I was getting the saw up and around the corner some of the time. Because the saw rotates. Not just in the sense that the saw blade spins, but it rotates around me as well. Hey there, Sylvie. Immediately with the tongue, but hello. How are you doing today? Okay, that path seems impassable at the moment. I can see how you'd be tired from that, yeah. Hopefully you're managing to have fun still, though. Well, nearly dead again, so we'll just go ahead and quickly heal. So that's not working out. It looks like those paths might be unreachable, so we'll try the breach. Hope for the best. Because we might gain whatever it is that'll let us access these weird glitch zones over here. Gonna break your ankles. And away. Meanwhile, in here... Ooh. This version of the song has a good beat to it so far. Save point. Okay. Okay, I could reach that. I was a little worried I wasn't gonna be able to reach, and that was gonna lead to me getting to a point where I was gonna have to go all the way back around. Oh! This connects to this breach. Okay, so my theory that all these breaches were connected was correct. It's literally just a breach version of the entire map. So now we got a connecting point there. We can't really make use of that information at the moment. So we'll be heading back, and besides, I want to hear more of that song. Now, where does this breach exit? I know it does. I know this means we don't end up hearing more of the song, but I do need to solve that. Oh, weren't we up here already? Yeah, we did that already. God damn it. So what was the point to that breach exit? Oh, I think that's an alternative way you could have gotten the saw upgrade. Is you could have used that breach exit to get it without having to have gained the ability to slingshot. Interesting. Not really sure how I feel about that from the perspective of it being valuable, but that's an interesting idea. Also, we can fast travel to... Okay, you can't fast travel things in the breach. Okay. I wanted to see if I could just warp into the breach. I figured it wouldn't let me, but I had to try. Because that would be very convenient. Once more into the breach, though. Because we got a lot more ground in here to cover. Something looks wrong about that. Oh, I can break this. Okay. So they're not blinking like the ones in the non-breach world. Wait. Wait. You don't think... Maybe. I might be onto something with that. It might be you have to break the ones that are in this world to break them in the other world. Meanwhile, I just got bodied by whatever that thing is. Well, that's upsetting. There we go. Instant revenge. Oh, those just exist around here, huh? Oh god. Spiders, too, huh? Okay. A bunch of them. And a lot of whatever these things are. This breach is really dangerous. That's not to say that some of the other ones weren't also dangerous, but this one seems especially bad. Okay, now that's just a health node fragment. It just looks weird in the smaller scale we're in right now. Oh, and those respawn, huh? Well, that's upsetting. Wait, is there something down here? There sure is one thing. It's called disappointment. A thing I have found on numerous occasions, looking in random corners. wait, I have an idea. Okay, I can't infect them. I wanted to see if there was a possibility to, like, turn them into platforms, like some enemies could be turned. But obviously the idea is just to grapple your way. Oh god, these things are here too. But you'll notice this one's not partially invisible. And they're significantly easier to hit when they're visible, as it turns out. So I wonder if they kind of like phase between the regular world and the breach world, and that's why they're problematic to hit when they're not in this world. That would make a degree of sense. This place just continues to get more upsetting, huh? Oh, and I've used up both my power matrices. And we're dead. That's what I figured once I realized I was out of power matrices. And we didn't see a save point for a while in there. Take it from that expression that looking after the kids is complicated. Which is kind of expected for having to entertain children. Yeah, I'm pretty sure clearing those vines out clears them in the real world. And that's the point of clearing those. So let's go through the breach portal right quick. Because if I'm right, we should have a clear path down there now. Well, clear aside from the enemies. The enemies are obviously still going to be there and be problematic. Wrong doorway. In fact, the easy answer to finding out would be to go over here. Yep, it looks like I cleared that. Aha, the path is open now. Which gets me a proper health extension, I think. Yep, proper health node. Very good. Now, just to remember where the other one is. I think it was what was blocking that, so it'll just be a matter of hopping over this wall and getting over there. Yeah. Medium Apocalypse Flask. We've got quite a few points stored up now. Yeah, we have 7 points. I probably should spend some of these, shouldn't I? At the very least, let's get another health extension. I'm hesitant to upgrade the drone because I don't know how much longer we're going to be stuck in drone form for. But I'm also hesitant to upgrade myself for the same reason. But the health applies to both, which is why I went ahead and did that. Because our drone health is now looking a lot nicer between the health extension we picked up and now the health boost I purchased. So back into the breach we go. Of course, you know, I say my health is looking nicer and then I promptly waste some of it, slamming my face into a projectile. Because I am impatient. So to a certain degree, even if I take the hits straight up, in some cases I lose less health than if I sat there and fought them. Because I just get it over with. Oh, there's a new breach exit here. What world is this? Answer? No idea, and we're not... Oh, there we go. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, why you hit random walls just to check. Because we get yet more skill points to spend. Judging from where this breach location is, I'm pretty sure it'll spit me out in a place we've already been again, so let's not go through that. It might be a spot where I couldn't reach properly before, is the only thing that makes that a consideration. And we also can't go this way. Right. We dead-ended down here too? Yes, we are. Unless I can break something down here. Which I can't. So I guess I have to use that breach exit. There's also a save point on the other side of that, because of course there is. Just to mock me, I suppose. Once more through the portal. Yeah, because it spits me out here at this save point. Which, don't get me wrong, spitting me out at this save point is convenient. But also simultaneously problematic. Oh, wait, no, this is actually a save point we weren't at before. This is a good thing. We needed to go this way. What does this do? Hanuman allows you to transform from drone to humanoid and back. This is it. With this, I should have enough strength to make you human again. Well, human-ish. What do you mean human-ish? Oh. I mean, that's close enough. That's not my original body, but it's got all of the human abilities, so for me, it's fine. I have to imagine she's not the happiest at the moment, but we'll make do for now until we can get her actual body back. Of course, there are going to be some complications in that, for example, I can't get back up there now. Is I can't end grappling hook anymore. I've actually gotten so used to traversing with the drone that it's actually going to take me a little bit to get used to human traversal again. Because in some ways our human form is limited. Plague of Thoughts. In the Ediba last week, the Lama Shu let slip a piece of information that has tormented me ever since. That with age, the human mind loses its ability to adapt, and is in fact at peak learning capacity during childhood. As I lay awake at night, the sound of Udog's storms raging in the distance, I cannot help but think to myself that we may have made a fatal mistake in choosing only the oldest and wisest among us for the arm transformation. A young mind nimble enough to harness powers beyond the Udog themselves, this could surely turn the tides of war, but I shudder to think who would actually implement such an idea. Welcome to how you ended up with children being arms, kind of like the one that just transformed us back into a humanoid form. Because I guess, in a way, you would use childlike creativity to shape things in that regard. Take note of the fact that we don't have our red health back. We still have blue health. So I think, to a degree, we're still in our drone, technically. We've just become a human-shaped drone. Oh, dark area. Yeah, because we don't split into the drone anymore, we just shapeshift into it. NC's bracelet. Press down and attack with the double axe to perform a downward slam. Double axe, you say? I have not yet seen such a double axe. That said, this does mean if I can just swap back and forth. I don't have the right weapon for that ability. I think this is the first time we've actually gotten something somewhat out of order. But yeah, now if I wanted to, I could use the drone for traversal to use its grappling hook. The other side of the coin to that is we can just climb walls in human form. So the grappling isn't that much more effective, it's just faster, arguably. But this should enable us to get over here, which I would presume, well, either over here or over here, which would then get us to this fight that we're supposed to have over here with our previous selves. The fight with the she who used to be me. Which, weird existential crises aside, is certainly going to be an experience, even if you don't take into account on such a concept. I think this was... yeah, this was barriered off in that regard, so we can't go that way. I could try going up into the water... no... because if we go up there and try to access the water breach up there, it doesn't work because we were walled off from that. That was why we still haven't gone in there. So that's not a solution. Oh wait, no, I need to use this form to get up here. Yeah. And heal. That seems like the way forward. I just need to do better, I guess. This perhaps. The thing is, I lose height immediately when I swap. And since we can no longer throw the drone, that doesn't quite work. Also, I'm realizing that's not going to work anyway. Because it's a slope, so I wouldn't be able to grapple that anyway. So I don't think this is the way we need to be going to get there. Do I go back into the breach? Yeah, I think I do, because you'll notice that that breach is on the other side of where that barrier was. So for all that we got our human form back, we're gonna need to be in drone form for a good bit again. This does, however, mean I can spend my points toward human form if I really want to. Not that I'm particularly compelled one way or the other still. Oh, but how do I access that bridge? It's down there. It's actually a really good question now, isn't it? My life has suddenly become complicated again. Yeah, because that's how we got through here to get the item. Unless maybe we're not meant to get to that breach until we can use the bracelet properly, which we can't currently, which means we might have missed something somewhere? Perhaps back here? Like, it's by no means a guaranteed idea, but it's one of the few ideas I have. To my brother Ludari, I have accepted the NC's offer to become an arm. I know you are against this. Trust me, I have no interest in the Odog War myself, but I felt I had no choice. Over the years, it has become clear to me that the supposed celestial hierarchy represented by the Lamassu is a farce. Anasur, which it explains as our mother, is a shackle, or rather a giant stone that we are shackled to, dragging us into the depths. There is no Irakala. After death, there is nothing, not even blackness. The arms and the wielders at least have the potential for eternal life. They say only a storm bomb can fully destroy them. Once the ceremony is complete, I will be joined with a like-minded scholar from our group. They will anoint me Amashlama after the goddess. I wish you would join me. There is no telling what may happen to any of us in this war. I don't want to lose you. Elutel. Okay, so Elutel became Amashlama and is now running around with our body. And that also tells us that the arms changed names when they became arms. What does this eye mean? Well, none of my abilities do anything here, so I think that this is currently nothing. Which means that going in there is currently a non-concept. And we're currently stymied from going to the right, as far as I can tell. Because we can't make that jump. And we're blocked off from the one up and left from here. And we can't access the breach that's buried over there. So I guess our only play would be to go to the left, even though that's not the direction we need to be going. Because much like when our goal was over here, or over here rather, we ended up going all the way over here trying to reach that goal. I guess maybe we should go over here and see if we find something? Now that we have our human body back? Maybe there's something? Like, there's no guarantee that this will be meaningful, but it's currently my best shot, I think. It occurs to me, though, that there is a reality in which you could... Oh, right. Is the big Minotaur bot was what was in the way over here. I mean, yeah, it isn't solid, so I guess I could just run past him, huh? 'Cause I don't fancy my odds fighting that thing, much like the other large enemies. These were concerning enough that I'm like, you know, fighting that seems like a bad idea. Glad I came up here, though. Health fragment. Oh, you're really shooting at me from all the way down there, huh? Have you considered that that's rude? I don't want to be down here with him. Okay, that's not solid. I can't grapple to that. There is apparently a whole area to the right, according to the transition points, but we're just not going to worry about that right now. There is something this way, so... And these are at the right tier enemy-wise, so... Oh, that is a platform, huh? Why can't I be a cool-looking drone like one of those guys with the big blade legs? I guess that'd be too much to ask for, huh? Huh? Oh. How would I reach that ledge? Does seem tricky to reach, doesn't it? Because we can't jump off that wall and reach it. Our drone's grapple wouldn't attach to that. And I'm assuming that's the extent of what that platform's gonna do. I suppose we could double check. Or not. I guess maybe we won't. That is a future problem. Haven't seen those rolly mines in a little while. Not that I'm necessarily upset to have not seen them, but, well, I guess they're here again now. I broke him for a second. Might as well eat that, swap that in. I'm so used to grappling now that I throw the boomerang randomly trying to grapple. Ow. It's interesting how they're using similar sounds for some of these things to some very concerning enemies from the first game as well. Ack. Hup, and a hop, and a hop, 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 hey, hop. Uh-oh. Well, thank you for the healing delivery, I guess. I did not mean to explode. I keep getting the explode and the switch item buttons reversed. Which is a sentence, but you know. Okay, so you can land up there, but it doesn't seem like there's much point. Good to know. Ow. I don't even know why I bothered to use a heal charge anyway, considering there was a save point right there to fix it. Aside from to at least pick up the healing charge. Also, this area is really goddamn bright. Sure, those are words. Sorry, do you speak English? Yes, sorry, I'm Ivan. You look strange. Are you from Jonestown? My name is Indra. I did come through here. Through there. I know I look weird. Nanotech did this to me. I'm guessing you're with the Kazakhs? Strange machines all over here. Watch out. Anyway, Drushka took other Kazakhs through breach into next world, past breach. Even stranger there. They're crazy, so I stay here. Yet another world? I don't blame you. Did you see another woman come through here besides me? I see many strange things. Robot, monster, trap, but not woman. Thanks for your help. Stay safe. Okay. He was talking about the purple people we were talking to, I presume. The ocean continues on for miles and miles. I suppose I could just keep going until I get to the other side, but I'm not going to do that. Well, that just shuts that down, huh? Okay. Just not allowed to even consider that as a concept. Hello again, any news? No, all is crazy bullshit. Thank you for checking on me. I didn't really mean to check on you, I just kind of was running past you, but, well, it happened, I guess. So this whole path over here is pointless. At least currently pointless, huh? Oh. And I can't map that out. Okay. Okay. Just keeping ahead of the handful of notifications that pop up now and then. Because that's how my brain works. I gotta keep those cleared or I start going crazy. That looks like a grabbable ledge. I just need to dispose of certain undesirables before I can attempt that idea. That would be a reason to climb those higher ledges over here. Or I think. I'm not as big a fan of this track, but I think it's mostly just the yelling. Yep, there we go, that gets me up here. Why would there be a platform enemy here? There's a bird. Do not wish to be attacked by the bird. Freedom from Anasur. What is the nature of Anasur? The Spadics, which birthed the fruit of Kingir, Anger, and countless other lands. For your answer, look at the Lamashu itself. It claims to answer to justice, but what justice was there in the farcical escalating war with the Udug, who would never have brought to bear the storm bombs were it not for the Lamashu's arms? It claims to be ethical, but what ethic explains the ripping of mind from mortal body and then rewarding that sacrifice with betrayal and death? It claims to be wise, but how can there be wisdom in repeatedly substituting one conflict for an even worse one? Ansur was the true evil all along, the source of everything that has destroyed our society, and it is where the Lamashu hid the one thing that might remediate the suffering of the arms, the Siuna. The truth is, we are above Ansur. It used us as tools to achieve its ends because it has little agency of its own. It is time for us to take our rightful place as lords of our own lands. We must march on Ansur and claim the Siuna. And if necessary, we must burn it all to the ground for Kiengir. The one Amashlama was puppeting around and making rebel. And I say making rebel because of the phrasing of on behalf of there instead of it being their own ideas being put to paper there. Makes me suspicious of the real cause behind that. Okay. I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything further out, because why else would the platform flyer be there? The real answer to that probably being just because it's a flying enemy. Now that one leads somewhere. If you catch it in the right spot, it leads somewhere anyway. That might be good enough. God damn it. It's a good thing he stays there for a bit. At least I didn't die. Yep, I had it just right. Which allows me to get up to this cliffside village here. We do miss the save point there, but it'll be okay. Because we can backtrack into it from here. Which does mean that whole jump I did was pointless, but it's fine. There was a chance where it might have led to something we couldn't reach otherwise. Not sure why those even were there. Interesting that I can just kind of climb up that wall. That sure is a thing. All these little sloped walls. Now, I am starting to wear down a bit, so we're probably going to wrap up before too awful long. But we've definitely made some good headway and had some very interesting revelations happen. Such as the betrayal of Amislama, which kind of called that one from the word go. I was getting bad vibes from that one from the start. But we didn't exactly have a choice when, you know, we died. Which admittedly, they lured us to our death, which was kind of concerning point number one. Them luring us to a place where we drown, thus forcing us into a body of their creation that they could then use to take over later to serve their own purposes. This one looks spooky, but I'm gonna take it anyway. Kinney Mac allows you to see into the breach and enter hidden breach portals. Okay. There isn't one here, though. Or do I... Oh, wait, do I need to use it? I need to use it, okay. Oh, this is a completely different breach zone, too. The Iroquois breach. With a kind of freaky background that reminds me of... What the hell? Oh... Is it Tempest? I think it's Tempest that it's reminding me of. I was just confused by the weird worm things. And there's a breach portal here. So if I wanted to leave this weird place, I could immediately. Kind of digging the song for this area a little bit. Let's see where this leads. Okay, it just spits us out here somewhat pointlessly. But there's thankfully a return portal. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, that just shows you where exit portals will be as well. Okay. That's still interesting and useful. Just not the way I wanted it to be. I apologize for the beeping. It has been solved. I didn't intentionally die there in case people were wondering, but it was amusing to play it that way. So there was a temptation to self-destruct just to not hear the beeping. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't. I definitely feel like I am missing things as well. Like, I'm missing items with the way I've pathed. Oh! Oh. Remember the eyeball thing I was confused by in the green area? The one that was over here? I think if I use the eye we picked up, I might learn something there, because the pedestal that it was sitting on is an eye of exactly the same design. There's no guarantee, of course, of that, but that's the logic I'm operating under at the minute. Not that I'm going to follow it up at the second, because I'm more interested in what's going on in here. Yeah, I can't change back into human form in here, so I'm not really sure how they expect me to get up to those pipes. Unless maybe I'm not meant to yet? And this very clearly doesn't look passable in our current setup either. It does make me wonder one thing, though. Will I be able to enter here in human form at some point? Human-ish form. Fish. Oh, but I can't clear that jump. Does the fish respawn? Maybe the fish is a platform. Well, the fish at least didn't immediately respawn, so that's upsetting. Ooh, hang on. Do you see that weird momentum I had going back the other way when I turned it around? Where I can kind of like reverse slingshot. No, I don't think I can use that though. I don't think that's gonna do anything favorable here. It does give me some ideas though. But it does look like this breach may just be intended for getting you out of the breach you went into up there. It doesn't have any other function yet. Because that whole breach section we were in doesn't seem particularly accessible by us. So I'm gonna go over here and investigate the idea I had. Because I'm genuinely curious if this theory is accurate. Aha! Not quite the way I thought it would be. Because I had assumed it would reveal a path, but I didn't know where. That makes me wonder, though. Will this reveal other paths like that? Well, obviously it will. That's not the phrasing I meant for it. The turn of phrase I meant for that was... Will that reveal the paths we had used before that we walked through that were hidden? Like, is that meant to reveal all hidden paths, or does it only reveal hidden paths where there's an eye? Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to walk around activating that thing randomly just to make sure I'm not missing hidden pathways. Is now. This does mean that we can probably access these breaches over here, perhaps. Because more than likely I'll be able to reveal a hidden passage there. This may also mean that I can get across here now, too. I'm not sure how relevant this whole hidden passage spotting thing is actually going to be. There's also an argument to be made for going back into the emergence, but I don't really see a reason to at the moment. Aside from seeing if there's a reaction to our human-ish form. Oh! You know what? I wondered if that was gonna be how that was gonna work. Just dropping the block on it to get it. Because I'd wondered how I was meant to get in that room, and the easy answer was, well, what if you didn't? And in its own funky way, that made sense. Okay, there's no hidden path here. But perhaps there's a hidden path on this one. We're seeing the layout of the breach area. Ah, there is a breakable block there. At least I think that's a breakable block. God damn it. Weird. Because you'll notice that this block stands out. So you would think that this block would be relevant in some way, but apparently I'm still barking up the wrong tree with that. So I'm just gonna stop worrying about it. This will continue to elude me for now. There's also the mystery answer C of I may not be meant to get to any of these breach points from this world. It may be a matter of I get to them from inside a different breach. I don't know. It's certainly a possibility. I may or may not have been about to swing at that duck thinking it was an enemy because it flew near me. There looks to potentially be a tunnel. Well, well. Hey there, Char. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? I assume you were doing more Phoenix, right? Welcome in, Blurry. How you doing? Thank you for coming in with the raid. Hopefully you had fun listening to Char. I am currently confused as to how to make my way forward. So far, so good. This is Axiom Verge 2, which is pretty good. Good so far. And there's Char. Welcome in, Cineray. If I'm pronouncing that right, do let me know if I'm getting that wrong. So far, so good, yeah. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Thus far, we've had our body stolen, which left us in this drone form, and then we found a way to reshape ourselves to this. I am surviving. I was already a little late. Okay. Scenery, then. More like something like that. Okay. And yeah, I'm surviving the heat so far. It's not as bad as it was advertised to be so far. It left me to a little bit of a bad start, but we're holding. Everything is fine. Hidden in here. Currently trying to unravel how I get over here, because both of our paths on that line are blocked. Current logic is telling me that I don't at the moment, and I need to go find something. There's every possibility that it's somewhere in here. Yeah, this is what happens when you enter the breaches in this game, is you enter this world. With a completely different aesthetic and a completely different soundtrack. It's a very interesting change from the way the first game worked, in that you would have these strange glitch zones which were bonus content, whereas the equivalent, which is this area, as far as I can tell, is required content. So these areas, much like those glitch zones, are proving to be very dangerous. And we can only be in here in this little drone form currently. I've been theorizing that I might be able to enter for these zones in my sort of human form at some point. Yeah. I mean, that's part of what's making it more difficult, is I don't have most of my weapons in this form. I just have the little saw blade that I'm using for the most part. And this really nice grappling hook, which does have one neat trick. Or I can do this. That also breaks blocks, but we haven't been having that many times to use that ever since we first got it. I would like to get that because that gets me a skill point, but I can't get there from here as far as I've been able to tell. I'm just double checking this area to make sure I'm not forgetting. Ah, the case is going that well, huh? You need a catapult? Well, the important question is, how many corners do you have around? Because you need a corner to catapult. Huh. So that area, that's actually a thing I could reach, but does it do anything? I mean, a catapult would certainly solve that mystery. That would be a way to accomplish getting a body across a burning bridge. Because I'm assuming the body is not burnt. Therefore, the body would have to have not crossed the fire part of the burning bridge. Or at the very least, not while it was on fire. That upsetting beeping is the "I'm almost dead" sound, for those wondering. Is that purple meter up in the upper left is our drone's health. The good news is if the drone dies, we just go back to our body. Or at least that's how it used to work. Since we are currently without a proper body, we go back to the save point as if our main body died, which is inconvenient. Oh yeah, the drone can come back as much as it wants normally. Currently, it is a problem. Case in point, we have now been sent back to this save point because the drone was destroyed. Thankfully, we just reassemble. Everything is fine. It's usually just an inconvenience that I died. It really is impressive that way. Okay, so we need to get to that from the other side in order to hit that button. The crab is the real hero. Yeah, in the other world, there would be a path here that I could take. There's also apparently... Oh yeah, that's where the breach point we used to get here the one time was, yeah. Because you have to use those breach portals to get in and out of this area. Yeah, and that'll get me to the beach zone, which I feel like I do kind of need to get to. Is how it works is the breach is basically equivalent to the normal area, but on a smaller scale. And certain things that happen in the breach affect the normal world, such as some plants we cleared out over here that we couldn't damage in the real world. There's also certain items that can only be found in here, which is what I'm currently hunting around for, to see if there's a path I missed that leads to an item that I need. Right now, I'm gonna go back through this portal, because I forget where this drops me off. Right, it's this useless room. This is where we got an upgraded saw for the crab, but it doesn't help anymore. Though... yeah, there's a hidden portal here. But won't this just drop me where that save point was? Yes, that's exactly what that does. That's what I was afraid of. But I think that's exactly what I need to do. Not necessarily that hidden warp, but one of those is probably what I need to do. I just need to remember where they all were. It used to be that I would throw the drone and then my consciousness would enter it, but right now, one of the nanomachines that we were using to help us, that we kind of happened into when we died in this place, betrayed us and took our body. So we're currently in a basically replicated version of our body, in addition to our drone form. It's a bit of an awkward situation, all things considered. Let's see, where would another pedestal be? I mean, I could try getting into here, too. See if there's something in here now. Because we have gained a few tricks since the last time I was over here. But that's also why we can break down into nanomachines and travel this way, is technically we've been dead for a very long time. At this point, we died at the very beginning of the game. Nothing in here, huh? I was suspicious of this place, but I guess it's pointless at the moment. Yeah, we were rebuilt in a near perfect, as far as gameplay wise we've been able to tell, replica of our body until our consciousness was supplanted and our body stolen just a bit ago. Which that whole situation is all incredibly awkward. Aha! I wondered about this random corner. This brings me over here. Which gets me to the other side of this wall. But, well, I guess that's all it does, huh? Is get me that item. Which is good, because that's a medium flask. Aha! This is a platform. I tried to get onto this platform for a good long while a little bit ago. Seems like otherwise this also is pointless. Yes, because all it does is bring me back to this jerk. Okay. Well, that was helpful at least, because it got us more points. These points that I'm talking about are used over here to increase our health, make us better in melee and ranged combat, use the infection system better, which is basically hacking enemies to do a variety of things to them, including making them work for us, and buffing the little crab drone friend. As you can see, I've got quite a lot of points stocked up because I've just been kind of hanging on to them because I haven't needed them. And we first started stockpiling the points when I was not able to return to human form for a while. I know there were other places I saw one of those pedestals. I'm just trying to remember where they were now. I marked this spot for a reason. I don't remember what that reason was, so we'll go check that. We only recently got the ability to fast travel as well. Am I going the right way for what I'm planning to do? Yes. Oh, that's right. We needed higher level infection for a couple of doors. And I was so excited to get that higher level infection that I never used that information. We still can't reach that. Because we need better jumping to get to that. Well, where were those doors? They're in this zone. I remember that they're in this section somewhere. At least I think they were. Or at least they were somewhere nearby. Of course, I marked that door, but I never remembered to mark the level 3 doors I saw. This is not the place I need to be. Reminding you all once again, don't be like me. Actually remember to use the reminder system to mark places you wanted to go back to. So you actually go back to them. Is to explain what I'm looking for, it's gonna be pedestals like these that I haven't activated yet. Hey there, Swarm. How you doing, buddy? How is everything going? Oh, nice. Hopefully work was as decent as work gets. Where were these places I wanted to go? Very true. It's no better here at all. That's why I was late starting today, because it's like, I need to set the fans up properly, because it will be miserable otherwise. Especially sitting next to equipment that generates heat. Ugh. You definitely have it a little bit worse than I do on that one. We were only at 90, reaching up a little bit from there. Well, we can see where this breach leads, at least. This wasn't what I was looking for, but this might do something. If you're wondering, no, I really can't tell where I'm going in here because this place is not exactly clear. I'm just doing my best guesses and it's working out. Nice, nice. I'm sure you're excited for that. Not sure what this pedestal's for. Just not gonna mess with that right now. This should bring me to where the button is to open that other door, though. Oh no, it brought me to a save point, which is just as well, really, because that allows me to fast travel back to here. There's the button. Fair. I can't think of many people that would be looking forward to a 30+ hour drive. There's the health node that was guarded by this guy before. Oh, there's just enough of a curve to that edge that I can't climb. There is that, yeah. That'll definitely be a blessing. Ordinarily, temperature's not so bad here, but this year is apparently going to be a nightmare. Oh, if only. Submarine progress. Hammond. The Kazakhs demand for half a dozen submarines. We found a way to surmount the latest logistical hurdle, but you're not gonna like it. Zansaya put me in contact with laid-off employees from a Russian military contractor who claim they can disassemble the vessels, fit the pieces into the freight elevator, then reassemble them on the other side. Of course, we haven't revealed yet the real reasons we're doing this, but we're going to have to eventually. And the cost for all of this, plus their silence, roughly 220 million altogether, not including the cost of the subs themselves. If you're okay with this, let me know and I'll make it happen. Andre. Lots of duplicitous stuff going on with this whole lot that's over here. Anyone there? Output data throttling has resulted in low input overflow. Oh, in effect, millions are trapped in detention. On this Ansible, it's old. Nothing I can do about that. No, sorry, terminal running low. Oh, trying to condense info. Next, in Clifftown, sectors 1416. What the hell? Excuse me. Ah, hello there, newcomer. My name's Warren. I'm the site manager here. Oh! We finally found Warren. He was mentioned ages ago. How did you even get here? The mountain is crawling with robots. Let's just say I'm getting better at swinging an ice axe. I think I was supposed to have been here earlier, perhaps. And I just happened to get here now. Let's get to the chase. I'm in Chowdhury, and I hear you're building a portal back home. Indeed, well, I've encountered a slight problem. You see, the portal is based on Ansible technology developed by Dr. Hammond. There's an Ansible right over there. Unfortunately, it has to be a specific Ansible, one of the originals made back in 2007, and it was stolen by the Kazakhs. Wasn't Jones Station run by the Americans? Well, it was a private effort. The US government didn't know about the portal. However, some researchers from nearby Simbago Station developed what we were doing. In exchange for their silence, we'd let them through. So they have a portal back home? I don't know if they're even still alive. They didn't stay in contact. They built a research station somewhere south of us, if you can figure out how to get there. I've already been there. I wish you'd let off with that. Yeah, apparently I was supposed to come talk to this guy earlier. Oh well. Ooh. Gimme. Another apocalypse flask. That's what, 12 points now? 11? 12. Still not spending them, even though I should. In fact, here. I have a bunch of points, so here, we're gonna raise my health a bit more again. Because that I at least can guarantee I need. Well, that was just an unfortunate place to step outside into. There's another breach portal here. Where does this take me? Aside from obviously into the breach. Okay. Later, suckers. Okay, that leads down here. Like, I can't help but feel that this is diverting from where I'm supposed to be going, but it's proving useful so far because we're getting a bunch of apocalypse flasks at the very least. And it's cleaning up stuff I probably should have done earlier, but for one reason or another didn't end up over here. Which does make a degree of sense, though, because I didn't use any abilities that I've gained recently to get here. Actually, no, because I did have to find a hidden breach to get here. But maybe there was a way to get here without having used that hidden breach. And the hidden breach was just how I found it. Huh. Does this allow travel? No, then why is it here? Interesting. That's just the exterior of the area we were in before. I don't think there was anything useful out here, but at least it gets us back up here relatively conveniently. So this portal is a bit of a dead end. And hell with it, we'll go back through anyway. Can I reach this? Nope, not enough to grab it anyway. Actually, this looks suspicious. Uh-huh. I'm going somewhere. Oh, I guess it's just a shortcut around all of those guys. Well, that's mildly disappointing. This might be a mistake. In fact, no, I can guarantee it's a mistake because this is leading back to an earlier part. But, actually, falling down... No, falling down here was not a good thing. Or was it? Was it? Wasn't it? I can't tell. No, it wasn't, because it leads me back to this tower that I was at forever ago. So that was useful and not at the same time. Like, it was great for getting more map completion and more knowledge, but... and more apocalypse flasks. But in terms of making actual forward game progress, not so much. And there's nothing doing about going anywhere that way. So, that's a dead end as well. I can go through here now. But, oh wait, there is a breach that I can use now. I think I never bothered to come over here because I knew that all that was up here was a pedestal when I looked at it before. So I just kind of discounted it as, oh, that's not going to matter at the moment. But it obviously has the potential to matter now, because any of these breach portals could lead to what we need. So, apparently I can't use this one? This is only an exit portal. Okay. So that's actually still not helpful in any way, shape, or form. Aside from telling me something I think I already knew. No, I actually hadn't been to that exit portal yet. Which is funny considering there's an entrance portal right here, which we have similarly not gone in. So let's use this entrance portal and see where it goes. Oh, right. I think that's why we hadn't used it, because we can't get to it. But we hadn't opened this up either, so we'll go ahead and open this. Because this was one of the level 3 doors. Which was the whole reason I came out this way. This was not one of the level 3 doors I was looking for, though, in case anybody was wondering. Because I don't think I had even walked down here, since it all was connected to places we had already been. Where are those level 3 doors? Pretty confident they're in this zone, because a lot of the doors I was opening were in this zone. I don't remember where in this zone they were. This is going the wrong way, though. I know that much, that that's not the right way, because this goes back into the lake zone. Ironically enough, I wish I could zoom in further, because you actually can see a decent amount of detail. There's where one of the doors I'm looking for... No, that's where the axe was. That's the right kind of layout. Might be up there? No, I don't think it was up above somewhere. One of them might have been over here, so if I go to this... That wasn't here before. Well, that's a bad sign. Oh wait, no, this is right where that one breach point is. This is not gonna help. Yeah, the fact that that wasn't there before and is there now makes it doubly concerning that something like that's just kind of floating around here. It's also concerning in a way that I can't fully describe because I don't entirely remember. And it would also be entering into potential spoilers for the first game, which may or may not come to light in the process of playing this game anyway. No, that just led around in a goddamn circle. Actually, hang on. Come here, Mr. Owl. Can you be used as a platform? No, but you can become an ally, so you know what? Go attack my enemies while I think. I think I actually need to come up through here to get to that. Problem is, there was a level 3 door with an orange thing in it. I'm trying to remember where that door was. It was in a kind of like sectioned off spot, kind of. But I remember seeing it around the same time I was in this area. So I'm trying to remember where it was. I'm once again running the wrong way. But this is another spot I hadn't touched, so I figured I may as well touch it and get more map completion while I'm here. I gotta love how, like, over an hour ago I said it was gonna end soon, and now here I am basically just continuing to search around, which, you know, part of that's obviously I want to give Char and her raiders some time to be here. I mean, that's also true, yeah. Usually I'm good about ending when I intend to end, but playing things like this, I have a habit of just continuing and continuing and continuing. Because that's just how I do with these. I continuously get invested over and over again because I'm like, well, what about this thing? Or that thing? What about the other thing? What about that thing you forgot about? I don't understand how I've not found it. Unless I'm remembering the wrong area. Maybe it's not in this area. Considering the suspicious thing over here. I might be remembering where the door was completely wrong. And just thinking that it was in the green area. Because it was around the same time. Yep, there's the orange thing. It was just because I was running around the wrong zone because my memory was telling me lies. Carnelian Ring. Charge attacks cause the bronze axe to fire a projectile. Neat. Not sure worth the headache that I went through to get it, but neat. This also means I should be paying attention to where those purple spots are on the map, because that's where all those doors are gonna be. Which is something I should have done in the first place, rather than running around in circles for half an hour. Yeah, because that's where the other one was down there, the one that I had only recently opened. There was one other one. It's not these, because these are barriers. Was the other one in this section too, and that's why I'm stupid? It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, because this is where the plants were that we destroyed by going into the breach. I don't know, I'm not seeing another doorway like that I haven't already accounted for. So I am... there? Maybe. There's a barrier there. I don't know if it's the right kind of barrier, but I may as well look. There's a little bit of backtracking and a bit of cleanup, never hurt anybody. Okay, no, this is that kind of barrier. That's what I remembered being there. So that begs the question of, where was the other level 3 door? Because I've opened 2, and I knew about 3. But I don't see anything on the map that stands out to me as being a level 3 door. Now that I understand what they're supposed to look like. Now, admittedly, those level 3 doors theoretically should all be optional since you have to spend skill points to get the ability to go through them. But the world in which they might actually be required comes from the fact that you do get a lot of those skill points fairly easily, and a lot of them are on required pathing. So I could see a world in which they do actually require you to open those level 3 doors for certain things. Which is why, especially now that we're kind of stuck a bit, I was checking them. Well, there's really nothing that would have given you anything to work with that happened since you got here. The short version is we got a message saying that our daughter was here. Well, not here in this world that we're in now, but in the Antarctic base that led to us getting here. So we, of course, took a helicopter, went over to the Antarctic base, discovered this weird freight elevator that teleported us here. Well, in terms of the plot that's happening in this one, Axiom Verge 1 has no bearing so far, aside from the main character of Axiom Verge 1 being mentioned twice in random notes we found. He has no other relevance so far, and you'd pick up on a couple odds and ends, but it's irrelevant otherwise. But yeah, we came over here, went through this weird freight elevator that teleported us somewhere over here. I forget exactly where we got dropped in. But we then heard a voice. We followed it down into here, where we then drowned. But the voice in this urn turned out to be this nanomachine thing known as an arm that then reassembled us over here. We have since then been running all over, acquiring more arms, learning all about what's happening on this world. And then somewhere, I believe it was down over here somewhere, the original arm we started working with told us there was going to be a way where we could separate our mind so that we could control ourselves and our drone form that we'd found at the same time. We, being idiots, trusted that, and that arm then seized control of our original body and ran off with it. That is what we're trying to currently do, is get over here where they are to try to get our body back. That's why we're in this weird kind of robot body right now. Is the arm that allowed us to become a drone got a little bit better at its job and became able to form us into a human shape. There are a lot of bits and pieces that happened along the way, but that's the main line of plot that's happening that's relevant at the moment. I'm currently running around because I couldn't find a way to get through that passageway that's next to where that is, so I'm trying to find a way to gain whatever ability I need in order to get in there, in order to have that confrontation. And that's as best a short summary I can do of everything that happened, because there's a lot that happened. Those are the important story beats. Oh yeah, the extra layer to this whole situation is we have no idea how to get home either. We can't get back to Earth right now because the only portal apparently got taken by Russians. And it wasn't even a proper portal out yet, so that's a whole thing in and of itself. There's also this weird statue thing known as the Lamashu, which was apparently responsible for a lot of war and hardship on this world while parading around as a religious figure. It's also the reason why the arms exist in the first place, so technically we can blame Lamashu for our entire situation right now, aside from the fact that our daughter ended up theoretically somewhere around here. We still haven't even verified that that's really a thing that's happening. That was just the plot hook that got us here. And boy, has a lot happened since then. I think this place is still a dead end for us. There's just that incomplete path over there that I'm checking. Is we kind of bailed out of here because this place was too dangerous for us for a while. Like, not because we weren't meant to be here, but just because I was having a real rough go of it in here, so I decided to back out and come back when we were stronger. And we're stronger now, so... It looks like I'm gonna have to go around to get that. That is a proper health extension, it looked like, so that would be handy. Can't get past that barrier there. So that may have to be a health extension we get by going through a different breach point anyway. The breach being... basically... it's been described somewhat as a world between worlds. It's kind of its own separate entity, but it kind of touches on everything around it. It was explained in greater detail in the first game, and I don't remember that explanation. Though it was usually described as a bad thing in the first game, from what I recall. So the fact that it's not being shown as a bad thing here is interesting to me. But we, of course, are here in drone form because human bodies can't handle being in the breach. What makes that interesting in our current situation is the fact that we are basically using an assembled drone body as our human body. So I feel like I should be allowed to walk around here in human form, too. But I have a suspicion that that's an ability we will gain at some point. Probably not too far from now, based on the layout of this area over here. Oh, I can fast travel between breach points when I'm in the breach. Okay. That's actually incredibly helpful. So I think there might be something I can do over in this breach. Because I gained the ability to fast travel not too long ago. Okay, that's actually still a dead end, but tells me that there's something further down here that I may want to look into at some point. Actually, wait, no. I thought this one was further back than it was. This one's actually a fairly recent breach that I'd went into. So this one doesn't actually help us, probably. Aside from giving me an idea. So we would be best served by going to this breach, then. Because this was another one that was really spooky to deal with. So I never fully fleshed it out. Oh, I see. Through the pipes. This might lead to the breach of a different area. Aha! Where does this spit me out? Here. Okay. Okay, this is useful. Never mind. It's not useful. Because all it did was lead to another Apocalypse Vial. Which is great. Don't get me wrong. More skill points are lovely. But I was kind of hoping for a breach point that was going to lead me to somewhere that actually led me forward. Unfortunate. And... oh, right. There we go. Okay. So that was the only real area we hadn't gone to here, and there was this weird glitchy thing here that I still don't think I can do anything with, so I'm going to continue ignoring that. This was barriered off, so we couldn't go this way. We can't path around in here because of the pathing I was talking about before. So I think we might actually not have any breaches, unless I can go up through here, and I backed out of that. Because there were multiple areas I backed out of in the breach zones. Of course, getting out of this hole is a problem. Not where I meant to go. No, not there, game. Just quit grappling there. That's not where I'm telling you to grapple, and you know it. Grapple aiming on a stick is a little bit of a thing. Oh yeah, we can go in here now because we have this ability. That's why we never went up here earlier. Okay, that's not breakable. So this, since it's tied to our slingshot ability, probably isn't super relevant to our current situation because we've had this ability for a little bit, but it may be useful. Or it might be an immediate dead end. No, I can reach that, okay. It's just, it can be hard to tell whether it's actually reaching or not, because sometimes it just doesn't do anything. So where does this lead? To a save point in the green area. Specifically the Mount Eden one. Okay. I don't know if this is going to lead to anything important, but at the very least it's leading to something happening. And that's good enough for me at the moment. Okay, those don't hurt me, they just bounce me. Okay, that's a dead end at the moment. The important thing I'm looking for, as usual, is just a breach point where I can switch back to the regular world in the hopes that it leads to somewhere I couldn't reach otherwise. Well, it led me to the health node, so that's nice. That's another health extension. But that's not... Why is there a save point there? I mean, I guess actually it's a save point for this crossing, probably. Rather than necessarily being a save point for the section that it led to. Let's compare our map with our breach map for a moment. See if there's anywhere in the breach that doesn't match. We can't get to this breach point down here. We still couldn't get to either of these. And I know there's a couple hidden breach points we didn't go to, but I have to find them again. And the reason why I say that about hidden ones is because there were pedestals that were obviously around that are the same as the pedestals where breach points were. So there has to be a point there somewhere. Whether it's a return point or not is the only issue with that plan. Because there are some that are only for returning, as far as we've been able to tell. So that's a dead end now. And there's no more exits from this area aside from up here. Which... Did we establish why I didn't go up there? I don't know if we did. Oh, this is the other side of this, so I guess we'll grab this while we're here too. I'm also significantly less afraid of the giant gray kabutos that are all over the place than I was when I was here before. Do we have a better weapon? Okay, it's a barrier, yeah. That pretty much shuts down that idea. And there's no obvious openings over here. Is this led to this spot? So there must be like a breach up here somewhere or something that would lead into getting into here. Unless it's something up there, but that's unlikely. There's also this spot here in the breach, actually. I didn't notice that. Oh, never mind. I already see that that's useless. That's something we access from the other side as well. Let me take another look over here before we leave the breach, because this is the only one that we've done like nothing with, but I'm still pretty confident I know why I haven't done anything with this place. And it's the fact that I can't. But I need to check just to be on the safe side. Because we can't go up through that tube. And for some reason I can't grab the ledge for that pipe. Are you guys manipulable? No. So yeah, that's exactly why we hadn't done anything here, is the only path out of this section is this way, and this doesn't lead anywhere unless I can do something with the fish, which I can't. And this ledge is rounded off, so you can't go that way. It's unusable because the grappling hook can only grab sharp edges. So unless there's a hidden warp over here somewhere that I missed when we were going around looking for them before. Which I don't think I was looking that thoroughly, so maybe I missed something. Does this one match? Yeah, no, I just didn't use this one at all, I think. This is probably the part of this breach we can actually use. I feel like I did open that one and it didn't work, though. But it's fine. It wouldn't be the first time I've made a very silly mistake and ignored something that was right in front of my face. That's the streaming way. So hopefully this will lead to me gaining a new ability, or at least access to a new spot. Let this be a lesson, though. No matter how intelligent you think you are or may be, you can still make some very dumb mistakes sometimes. Or just miss something obvious. Like, the obvious hindsight being 2020 thing is, obviously I should have been checking around the newest area if I wanted to make forward progress. But there was a part of me that was compelled to do cleanup to begin with, because we had gained a bunch of options. And if I hadn't done that cleanup, I would have never realized I could fast travel in the... Or, I should say, it would have probably been a long while before I realized we could fast travel inside the breach. So all in all, it's a good thing that I made this mistake. There we go, new ability. Arash, your drone can hover by pressing and holding jump in the air. Oh, it's got little wings now. Look at that. And that is going to make a massive difference for us. Like, that is honestly a huge ability to get. Also explains how I was supposed to get through a door like that. More zappy floor. No, please. I do not wish to be zapped. I don't like you either. Ooh, another health extension bit, which is enough for a full health extension. Sweet. It's really all just working out again. And this, I think, is why this stream has not ended yet, is every time I'm like, okay, I'm gonna end soon, I'm getting tired and all that, we then find a way forward again, and I'm like, okay, I found something, gotta keep going with that or I'm gonna forget. And then yet again, it doesn't end. Which is not a complaint, mind you. I'm enjoying this and I'm enjoying streaming it for you all. But all good things must come to an end at some point. Now, drone flight, though. What does that do for me? In terms of the problems I was actually having, not much that I can think of. But at 5.5 hours, which is longer than where I had planned to put this, we are going to stop. I'm going to force myself to stop now. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on keeping on, keeping on, keeping on. Controller is down. I somewhat regret stopping in this spot, just because this is the one song I didn't care as much for. But this is also going to keep me reminded of where I want to be, so that's why I'm pausing us here, because it makes the most sense. Okay. I was confused by something I saw somebody playing. I needed to understand. Now I understand. I'm not that much less confused, but at least it makes sense now. It's one of those situations that ask me no questions and I will tell you no lies. And even if I explained, it probably wouldn't make sense anyway right now. Oh, due to a significant lack of context. I find myself once again in the wonderful position of staring at my list going, where do I want to raid to, and the more important question is, do I want to raid today at all? And I'm currently leaning towards a no, just so I can get away from the computer and get into a cooler environment. Because now that I've stopped moving and stopped doing things, the heat has kicked in again. And I can feel it more. So I think we'll just pack it in for today. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, it's a thing. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here, those that still are. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow still. I was talking to Moth, and we couldn't actually figure out what we wanted to do, so tomorrow may be complicated. We'll find out. If nothing ends up happening tomorrow, I may just continue this. If it comes down to a situation where it's like, we have absolutely fucking no ideas. So we'll see how that plays out. And that is, of course, reliant on me not getting completely fucking cooked by the weather again, too. So we'll see how that plays out. Thursday should be Space Engineers with the group. Friday should be the postponed collab with Xeno from the past week. We'll see if it actually works out this time and if the Lost Castle 2 demo is still up. I should have checked that, but I'll check that before Friday. Saturday may or may not be more 7 Days with Walla. I need to talk to her and see how that's playing out, and whether we want to do more of that immediately or if we want to do something else or what have you. So that one's up in the air as well a little bit. Other than that, that basically catches everyone up on everything that is currently happening. So, thank you all once again, and I'll see you tomorrow in some capacity. Good night, everybody.